So, 21, chapter 21, the determination of nature. What does this mean, the determination of nature? Firstly, the chapter heading is interesting. Would anyone like to elaborate on that? Anuradha?
Determinism, not determination.
Determinism, yeah, the determinism of nature, yes. So, what does it mean, determinism?
The laws of nature by which life is manifested
So, nature
and
is Prakriti, sorry, the
yes,
three gunas. Hmm?
yes, and how that affects our life. We are subject to those
Hmm.
laws when we are in this body.
Right. So, the determinism is there. When we can live in the higher self by the unity of works and self knowledge, we become superior to the method of the lower workings of Prakriti. So it is only when we can live in the higher self by the unity of works and self knowledge, we become superior to the method of the lower workings of Prakriti. We are no longer enslaved to nature and her gunas, but one with the Ishvara, the master of our nature. We are able to use her without subjection to the chain of karma for the purposes of the divine will in us. So without subjection to the chain of karma. Now we are no longer subject to the karmic change of action and reaction and so on when we are one with the master of our nature, the Ishvara. We're able to use her is Prakriti nature, without subjection to the chain of karma for the purposes of the divine will in us. For what is for that is what the greater self in us is. He is the Lord of her works. This greater self, Ishvara, is the Lord of her works. Whose works? Prakriti's work. And unaffected by the troubled stress of her reactions. The soul, ignorant in nature, on the contrary, is enslaved by that ignorance to her modes. Because it is identified there, not felicitously with its true self, not with the divine who is seated above her, but stupidly and unhappily with the ego mind, which is a subordinate factor in her operations, in spite of the exaggerated figure it makes, a mere mental knot and point of reference for this soul ignorant in nature, that is our soul, our psychic being, or our jivatma, which is ignorant. Ignorant is normally when it is bound by nature, bound by the gunas, bound by the ego. It is identified with it, and it is not identified with the divine who is seated above nature, and very stupidly and unhappily, please note, with the ego mind, which is a subordinate factor in her operations in spite of the exaggerated figure it makes, a mere mental knot and point of reference for the play of the natural workings. To break this knot, which knot? The knot of the ego, no longer to make the ego the center and beneficiary of our works, but to derive all from and refer all to the divine supersoul, is the way to become superior to all the restless trouble of nature's modes. So, it says to break this knot of the ego is the way, no longer to make the ego the center and beneficiary of our works, but to derive all from and refer all to the divine supersoul is the way to become superior to all the restless trouble of nature's modes. For it is to live in the supreme consciousness, of which the ego mind is a degradation, and to act in an equal and unified will and force, and not in the unequal play of the gunas, which is a broken seeking and striving, a disturbance, an inferior maya. The passages in which the Gita lays stress on the subjection of the ego soul to nature have by some been understood as the enunciation of an absolute and a mechanical determination Determinism, which leaves no room for any freedom within the cosmic existence. So, passages in the Gita which lay stress on the subjection of the ego soul to nature have by some been understood as the enunciation of an absolute and a mechanical determinism which leaves no room for any freedom within the cosmic existence. Certainly, the language it uses is emphatic and seems very absolute, but we must take here, as elsewhere, the thought of the Gita as a whole and not force its affirmations in their solitary sense quite detached from each other, as indeed every truth, however true in itself, yet, taken apart from others which at once limit and complete it, becomes a snare to bind the intellect and a misleading dogma. For in reality, each is one thread of a complex weft, and no thread must be taken apart from the weft. Everything in the Gita is even so interwoven and must be understood in its relation to the whole. The Gita itself makes a distinction between those who have not the knowledge of the whole, a kritsna, a kritsnavidha, and are misled by the partial truths of existence, and the yogin who has a synthetic knowledge of the totality, Krishnavid, to which to see all existence steadily and see it whole, and not be misled by its conflicting truths, is the first necessity for the calm and complete wisdom to which the yogin is called upon to rise. So, the Gita itself makes this distinction between those who do not have the knowledge of the whole and those and are misled by the partial truths of existence, and that yogin who has the synthetic, full knowledge, holistic knowledge of the totality. To see all existence steadily and see it whole and not be misled by its conflicting truths is the first necessity for the constant absolute determinism by nature is the opposite aspect at its opposite pole. So there are two things. A certain absolute freedom is one aspect of the soul's relations with nature, Ishvara's relation, our soul, the Purusha's relations with Prakriti, at one pole of our complex being, and at the other side, a certain absolute determinism by nature is the opposite aspect at its opposite pole. And there is also partial and apparent, therefore, an unreal eidolon of liberty which the soul receives by a contorted reflection of these two opposite truths in the developing mentality. The name of free will, sorry, in the developing mentality. It is the latter to which we ordinarily give, more or less inaccurately, the name of free will. But the Gita regards nothing as freedom which is not a complete liberation and mastery. So we call free will what? This contorted reflection of these two opposite truths in the developing mentality is what we ordinarily call free will. But the Gita's definition and understanding of free will is different. It regards nothing as freedom which is not a complete liberation and mastery. We have always to keep in mind the two great doctrines which stand behind all the Gita's teachings with regard to the soul and nature. The Sankhya truth of the Purusha and Prakriti, corrected and completed by the Vedantic truth of the threefold Purusha and the double Prakriti, of which the lower form is the Maya of the three gunas, and the higher is the divine nature and the true soul nature. So he's coming back to those first few chapters that we read on. This is always to be kept behind. What is always to be kept behind in understanding and reading the Gita? The two great doctrines which stand behind all the Gita's teachings. Which are those? One, the Sankhya truth, of the Purusha and Prakriti, the dual, the two in one, the Sankhya. The Purusha is the witness self, and the Prakriti is the doer. The Sankhya truth of the Purusha and the Prakriti, corrected and completed. So it's not just that, corrected and completed by the Vedantic truth of the threefold Purusha and the double Prakriti. What is the threefold Purusha is referring to here? And the double Prakriti, of which the lower form is the Maya of the three gunas, and the higher is the divine nature and the true soul nature. So, can anyone remind us of this? Yeah. What is this that we read earlier about the
The
Sankhya and the
threefold,
Vedanta truth? Yes, go ahead, Jayashree.
the threefold Purusha are the three aspects of the Purusha: the Manomaya, the Pranamaya, and the Annamaya Purusha within us, and Prakriti, Para Prakriti, and the lower Prakriti. Lower Prakriti is with the gunas, to which the lower nature is subjected, and Para Prakriti is above the gunas, the divine nature of the Lord
Mm.
is Para
Yes.
Prakriti, that is Aditi, and
Mm.
Diti is the lower mother, which is Prakriti with the three
Prakriti.
gunas. That is the double Prakriti. And there is the
Right.
lower Maya and the higher Maya, therefore.
Mm.
That's what he's talking about.
Yes. So these two teachings are stand behind the whole, uh, you know, doctrine of the Gita. I think these are very important. The Sankhya separation of Purusha and Prakriti, uh, and the Vedantic conception of the three Purushas, that are the three levels of the self, and the Prakriti, which again is the lower Prakriti and the higher Para Prakriti. Okay, so this is the key which reconciles and explains what we might have otherwise to leave as contradictions and inconsistencies. So this is what reconciles, synthesizes, otherwise, what would have been contradictory. There are, in fact, different planes of our conscious existence. And what is practical truth on one plane ceases to be truth because it assumes a quite different appearance as soon as we rise to a higher level from which we can see things more in the whole. Recent scientific discovery has shown that man, animal, plant, and even the metal have essentially the same vital reactions. And they would, therefore, if each has a certain kind of what, for want of a better word, we must call nervous consciousness, possess the same basis of mechanical psychology. Yet, if each of these could give its own mental account of what it experiences, we should have four quite different and largely contradictory statements of the same reactions and the same natural principles, because they get, as we rise in the scale of being, a different meaning and value and have to be judged by a different outlook. So, this is clear? He is pointing to this recent scientific discovery that there is life, there is a vital response or a reaction even in the animal, plant, and metal. Yes, I think there's you. Who did that experiment during his time?
J.C. Bose.
So the Bose did. So I think he's referring to those experiments where he certainly did it with plants and perhaps even with metals, and they would therefore, if each has a certain kind of what, for a want of word, is nervous consciousness, possess the same basis of mechanical psychology. However, if you asked the response of the animal and to the plant and the metal, their experience of that response would be different because of the gradation of being, one being of a lower lower evolutionary gradation, and the other being of a higher one in comparison. So, Um, yet all of them feel, yet all of them sense, that yet all of them are conscious. Yes. Yet, if each of these could give its own mental account of what it experiences, we should have four quite different and largely contradictory statements of the same reactions and the same natural principles, because they get, as we rise in the scale of being, a different meaning and a value, and have to be judged by a different outlook. So it is with the levels of the human soul. What we now call in our ordinary mentality our free will and have a certain limited jurisdiction for so calling it, yet appears to the yogin who has climbed beyond and to whom our night is day and our day night not free will at all, but a subjection to the modes of nature. He regards the same facts, but from a higher outlook of the whole knower, Krishnavit, while we view it altogether from the more limited mentality of our partial knowledge, the Krishna avidya, which is an ignorance. What we want of as a freedom is to him bondage. So what we consider freedom, because we think this is our free will to decide what we want to do, and we think we are free. To the yogin who is from a higher, in living in a higher consciousness, freedom, his domain of freedom is much higher and greater. And when he looks down upon us, he knows that this is not free will. We are caught up in our own uh, partial knowledge and limited mentality and caught in avidya, which is an ignorance. What we want of is our freedom is to him bondage. Okay? The perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, while one is at all the time in the meshes of this lower nature, the perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, while one is at all the time in the meshes of this lower nature, is the viewpoint at which the Gita arrives, and it is in contradiction to this ignorant claim that it affirms the complete subjection of the ego soul on this plane to the gunas. While the actions are being entirely done by the modes of nature, it says, he whose self is bewildered by egoism thinks that it is his I which is doing them. But one who knows the true principles of the divisions of the modes and of works realizes that it is the modes which are the acting and reacting on each other, that it is the modes which are acting and reacting on each other and is not caught in them by attachment. Those who are bewildered by the modes get attached to the modes and their works. Dull minds, not knowers of the whole. Let not the knower of the whole disturb them in their mental standpoint. And so on. Giving up thy works to me, free from desire and egoism. Fight delivered from the fever of thy soul, is what Krishna tells Arjuna on the battlefield. So we will take this paragraph up next time, the perception of the ignorance of our assumption. But I think it's a very interesting uh, conversation that uh, Sri Aurobindo is now having with us on this whole question of free will and determinism. What is free will? And what is determinism? And to where does it go? I think, sorry, Karthik, you put up your hand again. Want to say something?
Uh, yeah, I had one question. The threefold Purusha that he's referring to, I think one person has mentioned that it is Annamaya Purusha, Pranamaya Purusha, and Manomaya Purusha, right? But isn't it the Kshara Purusha, Akshara Purusha, and Purushottama that he is referring to here? I mean,
I
I'm
think you're
a
right.
little confused.
It's Shara, Akshara, and Purushottam. It's not Manu. Yes, you're right. Because in the first few chapters which we read, it was Shara, Akshara, and uh, Purushottam. These are the three Purushas. Yes, you're right about that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank
I
you.
I also was a bit tentative, but I was not 100% sure because my memory was not clear. But yes, now that you mention it, this is exactly what he's talking about. So, and what does that mean? Shara, Akshara, and Purushottam are the three Purushas then in this relation? The three Purushas are then, the Shara is that which is, what is
Kshara
Shara?
is changing. I mean, as far as I understand, Kshara
Mutable,
Purusha is
mutable,
mu yeah,
yeah,
mutable,
mutable.
immutable, and then the one that holds both of them together, I think.
The Purushottam is that which is above both and envelops the whole. Okay. So this we should go back to that chapter. It's chapter, what is it, on the three Purushas and the Sankhya Yoga. Yeah. Sankhya and Yoga. This is chapter 8 of the Gita. So Karthik, you're not you're reaching realization fairly quickly.
Not
You're quite well up
realization,
with
but
the of knowledge at least. Okay, so we're not that far off, but yes, it is absolutely correct. These are the two yoga, the yoga and the Vedantic yoga, and the what should it say, the Sankhya yoga and the Vedantic yoga. These are the two things. So it's worth going back to this once and revising this chapter, especially when we are reading this chapter. So next time, if everyone can read that again, it would be useful. Okay. So shall we end here today with meditation? Very good morning and evening, and welcome back to our readings on the essence of the Gita. We had started the chapter 21, page 212, last time when we stopped for the summer break. I thought we just read about 2 odd pages. Maybe we should start from the beginning of this chapter again, just to keep the continuity. When we can live in the higher self, and the last chapter, of course, as you know, the last 2 chapters, extremely important, equality and knowledge. They are the kernel of the Gita's practice of Karma Yoga. And I would say, you cannot read them too often, and it would be useful for everybody to, read them again if they get the chance. I will post on the group some interesting research done on Sri Aurobindo's own practice of equality and the stages in the record of yoga that Narendra has done some fabulous work with. So I think that would be very useful. I'll post that later. So the determination of nature. Now this comes after these 2 chapters. When we can live in the higher self by the unity of works and self-knowledge, when we can live in the higher self by the unity of works and self-knowledge, we become superior to the method of the lower workings of Prakriti. We are no longer enslaved to nature and her gunas, but one with the Ishvara, the master of our nature, we are able to use her without subjection to the chain of karma for the purposes of the divine will in us. For that is what the greater self in us is. He is the Lord of her works and unaffected by the troubled stress of her reactions. So, when we are able to live in the higher self, by this unity of works and self-knowledge, the knowledge of the self, the knowledge of the divine Ishvara in us, and in touch with that, then we can rise above the 3 gunas of tamas, rajas, and sattva, and then we are unaffected by the troubled stress of the reactions of prakriti, of nature, of our own, of physical nature in us, the 3 gunas in us. The soul ignorant in nature. On the contrary, so the soul ignorant in nature, when it has not got the self-knowledge of the true self of the divine Ishvara, it is not in touch with that, then the soul, ignorant in nature, on the contrary, is enslaved by that ignorance to her modes, which the three modes of nature, because it is identified there, not felicitously with its true self, not with the divine who is seated above her, but stupidly and unhappily with the ego mind, which is a subordinate factor in her operations in spite of the exaggerated figure it makes. So when the soul, ignorant of its true self, its uh, uh, its true nature, is otherwise identified with Prakriti and her modes of the outer nature of the mind, the three gunas, and the mind, because it is identified there and not with its true self, it stupidly and unhappily is identified with the ego mind, which is a subordinate factor in her relations in spite of the exaggerated figure, a mere mental knot and a point of reference for the play of the natural workings. To break this knot of the ego and the ego mind, no longer to make the ego the center and beneficiary of our works, but to derive all from and refer all to the divine supersoul, trouble of nature's modes. For it is to live in the supreme consciousness, of which the ego mind is a degradation, and to act in an equal and unified will and force, and not in the unequal play of the gunas, which is a broken seeking and striving, a disturbance, an inferior maya. So this is a hint. This is a very important um, uh, concept that Sri Aurobindo is introducing here, and this is important more than anything else to break this knot of the ego and no longer to make the ego the center and beneficiary of our works, which it is normally, but to derive all from and refer all to the divine super soul, which is the Purusha, is the way to become superior to all the restless trouble of nature's modes. So this is the way to become superior. Now, how does one do that? This is important, to become superior to the restless trouble of nature's modes, and to refer all to the divine soul, and to derive all from the divine super soul. So this is the real practice of Karma Yoga, which is remember and offer the divine super soul, to refer all that in every single moment of our waking life, we are referring all our actions, all our thoughts, all our emotions to this divine super soul, which is the Ishvara, the principle of the higher para prakriti or the supreme mother, the principle of um, the higher self, the Jivatman, whatever is for each person the best way to call it, but certainly not the ego. Certainly above the ego, and this is when you call, when you aspire, when you refer your life and your work to this divine super soul, that you can become, uh, less, the knot of the ego can start loosening, and you do not then operate solely and wholly from it. For it is to live in the supreme consciousness of which the ego mind is a degradation, and to act in an equal and unified will and force, and not in the unequal play of the gunas, which is a broken seeking and striving, a disturbance, and an inferior mind. The passages in which the Gita lays stress on the subjection of the ego soul to nature have by some been misunderstood have by some been understood as the enunciation of an absolute and a mechanical determination which leaves no room for any freedom within the cosmic existence. Certainly, the language it uses is emphatic and seems very absolute, but we must take here, as elsewhere, the thought of the Gita as a whole, and not force its affirmations, in their solitary sense, quite detached from each other. As indeed every truth, however true in itself, yet taken apart from other truths, which at once limit and complete it, become a snare to bind the intellect and a misleading dogma. For in reality, each is one thread of a complex weft, and no thread must be taken apart from the weft. So, there is, of course, the determination of nature, which is this chapter that Sri Aurobindo is discussing, which is an equivalent chapter in the Gita, in the shlokas, where it says that, we are determined by the modes of nature and ruled by the gunas and so on. He says, yes, however, you cannot take that as an absolute and say that therefore we are all, there is a mechanical determination that leaves no room or no freedom, and therefore we have no freedom which are within the cosmic existence. And then he says that every truth taken as a whole without reference to other truths then becomes in itself a falsehood, a misleading dogma. Okay? As indeed every truth, however true in itself, yet taken apart from others, which at once limit and complete it, becomes a snare to bind the intellect and a misleading dogma. When in reality, each is one thread of a complex weft, and no thread must be taken apart from the weft. Everything in the Gita is even so interwoven and must be understood in its relation to the whole. The Gita itself makes a distinction between those who have not the knowledge of the whole, are kritsas vidya, and are misled by the partial truths of existence, and the yogin who has the synthetic knowledge of the totality, Krishnavid. So, our Krishnavid Vidya, which is that who does not have the knowledge of the whole and are misled by the partial truths of existence, and the yogin who has the synthetic knowledge of the totality. So, this distinction is made in the Gita itself. To see all existence steadily and see it whole and not be misled by its conflicting truths is the first necessity for the calm and complete wisdom to which the yogin is called upon to rise. A certain absolute freedom is one aspect of the soul's relations with nature at one pole of our complex being. A certain absolute determinism by nature is the opposite aspect at its opposite pole. So these are the two aspects. A certain absolute freedom is one aspect of the soul's relation with nature, yes, of Purusha or of Ishvara's relation with Prakriti at one pole of our complex being. And a certain absolute determinism is the other pole, right? Is the opposite aspect at its opposite pole. And there is also a partial and apparent, therefore an unreal idol of liberty, which the soul receives by a contorted reflection of these two opposite truths in the developing mentality. It is the latter to which we ordinarily give, more or less inaccurately, the name of free will. But the Gita regards nothing as freedom which is not a complete liberation and mastery. So this free will is what we normally call this contorted reflection of these two opposites truth in the developing mentality of the human mind, where you feel that you have some amount of freedom and yet are determined. But he says this is not really free will, but the Gita regards nothing as freedom except the complete liberation and mastery. It means complete liberation from the ego and mastery over one's lower nature and living in the higher nature. Yes. Any questions or comments right here before we continue?
Sorry, Amita, I do have a question, which is I didn't understand the last bit, the name of free will and the fact that it's freedom, which is not a complete liberation and mastery. I think that's, I don't know, in my mind, it's contradictory, if I can say that.
Yes. So for the mind, it is contradictory. Would anyone like to give an example or explain?
May I?
Yes.
Okay, so how I understand it is that complete liberation, liberation from what? Liberation from the ego self and mastery over the ego self, mastery over the three gunas, and liberation from the three gunas, which is only possible through identification with the Supreme and realization that we are that. That is the freedom he's talking about. Whereas what we call free will is still from the ego poise. So that is the distinction I feel is being made.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You don't identify with the three gunas by nature. No, you, all of us are identified with the three gunas, but the three gunas are seated in us as part of our ego framework. But the point is to become free from them, the three gunas, to sit above the three gunas. And that is when there is true free will, and not the free will that is just what should I say, a kind of a compromise between two. Sorry. Yes, yes, that's good. Yes.
I think there is a distinction between feeling, if we are feeling good, we are not feeling good like feel like or this, feel like, but that is you think is free will. But they are saying it's not a free will, it is coming from your nature. If you say I like mountains, then it is my ego where it is my sensory perception. So you say no, you're not fully free. You are just making different choices based on your ego.
Yes. So there is a certain absolute freedom in one aspect of the souls of our relations with nature. But in another aspect, there is a absolute determinism by nature. Is the opposite aspect. So but both are still in the realm of the ego mind. We are still functioning in the realm of the ego mind. Therefore, we are subjected to the three gunas. So what the Gita is saying that though we think we have free will, we don't unless we are liberated from this ego mind and are seated in the true self, which is what the chapter starts with, the true knowledge of the self, which is we are seated in the Ishvara. We are aware that we are not the ego mind. Our mind is quietened, and there is a poise either in the psychic being or in the higher self above the mind, in the higher mind. So then you have the true liberation only when you are liberated from this circle of ego that binds the human mind. That is what he's saying. Okay, I hope that's clearer. If it isn't, then somebody else will have to try. Uh, okay, so it is the latter to which we ordinarily give, more or less inaccurately, the name of free will. But the Gita regards nothing as freedom, which is not a complete liberation and mastery. We have always to keep in mind the two great doctrines which stand behind all the Gita's teachings with regard to the soul and nature. So we go back and harken back to the first few chapters. The two great doctrines which stand behind the Gita's teachings, what are they? The Sankhya truth of the Purusha and Prakriti, the division of the of the witness and the doer, the Sankhya truth of the Purusha, which is the witness self in us, and the Prakriti, which is the action, the acting self, yeah, the Purusha and Prakriti, corrected and completed by the Vedantic truths of the threefold Purusha and the double Prakriti. So, what is a threefold Purusha? The Purusha at the three levels of consciousness of our being, and the double Prakriti, which is the higher Prakriti, Para Prakriti, which is the higher Maya, which is that which is uh, illumined, and the lower Prakriti, which is the Prakriti governed by the three gunas and the ego. Yes, is it clear? Would anyone like to explain or ask any questions? Okay. So we have always to keep in mind the two great doctrines which stand behind all the Gita's teachings with regard to the soul and nature. The Sankhya truth of the Purusha and the Prakriti, corrected and completed by the Vedantic truth of the threefold Purusha and the double Prakriti. So it's the Sankhya truth only talks about one Purusha and one Prakriti. However, the Vedantic truth corrects and completes it by saying there are three Purushas, okay, and two Prakritis. Okay, and that is what makes it the complexity. That's why you understand. There is the Purusha in the mental Purusha, the Manomaya Purusha, which is governed by the ego. And there is a higher Purusha that is above, which is what you call the Ishvara, which is not governed by the ego. Okay? So,
Ma'am,
the way
excuse me.
that somebody wants to say something?
Ma'am,
Yes,
this is me. Ma'am, the three levels are Shara, Akshara, and Purushottama.
and
They are
yes, yes, Shara
Purushottam,
is that which is
mobile, mutable.
destructible.
Right.
Shara, Akshara, that is indestructible, and the
And Purushottama is the ultimate.
Purushottam, which is ultimate. Yeah, so these are the three Sanskrit names for the three Purushas. But now, if you see the actual practical workings of the Purush, the Shara Purush is that is embedded in the ego. So, the Sankhya truth of the Purusha and Prakriti, corrected and completed by the Vedantic truth of the threefold Purusha and the double Prakriti, of which somebody else is saying something, of which the lower form is the Maya of the three gunas, and the higher is the divine nature and the true soul nature. So these are the two Prakriti. The lower is the three gunas, and the higher is the divine nature and the true soul nature. This is the key which reconciles and explains what we might have otherwise to leave as contradictions and inconsistencies. There are, in fact, different planes of our conscious existence, and what is practical truth on one plane ceases to be true because it assumes a quite different appearance as soon as we rise to a higher level from which we can see things more in the whole. So there are different planes of our conscious existence, and what is practical truth on one plane ceases to be practical truth on another plane because it assumes a quite different appearance as soon as we rise to a higher level from which we can see things more in the whole. Now, recent scientific discovery has shown that man, animal, plant, and even the metal have essentially the same vital reactions, and they would, therefore, if each has a certain kind of what, for want of a better word, we must call nervous consciousness, possess the same basis of psychology, mechanical psychology. Yet, if each of these could give its own mental account of what it experiences, we should have four quite different and largely contradictory statements of the same reactions and the same natural principles, because they get, as we rise in the scale of being, a different meaning and value and have to be judged by a different outlook. So, is that clear? Would anyone like to paraphrase that? Vital reactions, recent scientific discovery has shown, are the same in man, animal, plant, and the metal. However, therefore, if each has a certain kind of what, for want of a better word, we must call nervous consciousness, um, we must call nervous possess the same basis of mechanical psychology. Yet, it says, if each of these could give its own mental account of what it experiences, what, say, for example, man experiences as his vital reactions, and the plant experiences as its vital reactions, but we would find that these mental account of their experiences would have four quite different and largely contradictory statements of the same reactions and the same natural principles, because they get as we rise in the scale of being. So, as we rise in the scale of being, means scale of consciousness from metal to plant, plant to animal, animal to human being, as we rise in this scale of consciousness and scale of being, each of these reactions, though they are governed by the same vital mechanical psychology, gets a different meaning and value. Okay? So because they get, as we rise in the scale of being, a different meaning and value and have to be judged by a different outlook. So it is with the levels of the human mind. In the same way, the levels of the human soul are the same. As we rise in the gradations of consciousnesses or the consciousness of the human soul, our uh, uh, our what should I say, reactions and our the meaning and value change. What we now call in our ordinary mentality now, here it goes back to that question of free will, Veena, that you asked. What we now call in our ordinary mentality, in our ordinary mental mind, the way we are, our free will, and have a certain limited justification for so calling it, yet appears to the yogin who has climbed beyond and to whom our night is day and our day is night, not free will at all, but a subjection to the modes of nature. So here he's explaining that question of what is free will? We think it's free will. Human being, because the human being is embedded in the ego mind. And the mind, what we now call in our ordinary mentality free will, for the yogin who is not seated in the mind, who is liberated from the ego mind, who is seated in the higher levels of the mind, consciousness, the mental consciousness of the higher illumined mind, or the spiritual mind, or the supramental mind, or is in the psychic consciousness, for the yogin who is liberated from this, who has climbed beyond, and to whom our night is day and our day night, not free will at all, but a subjection to the modes of nature, subjection to tamas, rajas, and sattva. So so the yogin can see that what we think is free will is not free will. But we think it's free will because we are not in the consciousness of the yogin. You understand? So for us, it's day, and for him, it's night, but a subjection to the modes of nature. He regards the same facts. So he regards the facts don't change. But the yogin regards, he is yogin, regards the same facts, but from the higher outlook of the whole knower. Krishnavit, not a Krishna, avidya.
It is,
While we, sorry,
it's Kritsnavit.
Kritsnavit, sorry, I'm not a Sanskrit scholar. Kritsnavit, okay? So, higher outlook of the whole knower, Kritsnavit. I like the word Kritsnavit. I thought it was more with Krishnavit is even better. But anyway, Kritsnavit, while we view it altogether from the more limited mentality of our partial knowledge, Kritsna avidya, which is an ignorance. What we want of as our freedom is to him bondage. So the same situation from a different poise of consciousness is experienced differently and seen differently. That is what is being explained here. So what we want of as our freedom is to him, the yogin, bondage. The perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, the perception of the ignorance of our, okay, I know. Okay. The perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, while one is all the time in the meshes of this lower nature, is the viewpoint at which the Gita arrives, and it is in contradiction to this ignorant claim that it affirms the complete subjection of the ego soul on this plane to the gunas. So this is what the Gita arrives at. This perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, while one is all the time in the meshes of the three gunas, is the viewpoint at which the Gita arrives, and it is in contradiction to this ignorant claim that it affirms the complete subjection of the ego soul on this plane to the gunas. While the actions are being entirely done by the modes of nature, it says, he whose self is bewildered by egoism thinks that it is I which is doing them. So while our actions are governed, actually being governed entirely by the modes of nature, ego bound, tamas, sattva, between the three modes of nature, they're rotating in some way or the other through the ego mind. He whose self is bewildered by egoism thinks it is I am doing the action, I am working, I am thinking, I am achieving. So it is because this I is the ego, it is bound by the ego. Our I, as long as we are in the lower nature of the of Prakriti, what is called of the lower Prakriti or Maya, we are subjected to this illusion that it is I who am doing the work. But one who knows the true principles of the divisions of the modes and of works, but one who knows, realizes that it is the modes which are acting and reacting on each other and is not caught in them by attachment. So one who knows that it is the modes of that are acting and reacting is not caught by these modes of the three gunas and is free from that attachment to uh, to 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 uh, to these modes. Okay? But one who knows the true principles of the division of the modes and of works, both modes and works, and of works, realizes that it is the modes which are acting and reacting on each other and is not caught in them by attachment. Those who are bewildered by the modes. So those who get bewildered means you get caught, you get enmeshed, in the modes. Those who get bewildered by the modes get attached to the modes and their works. Dull mind, not knowers of the whole. So says the Gita. These are dull minds, not knowers of the whole, because they attach to the modes of nature, the three gunas. Let not the knower of the whole disturb them in their mental standpoint. And then it says something very wise. He says, let not the knower of the whole disturb those who do not know and are enmeshed in the modes of nature, because it will, they will, it is something that you do not know. You cannot disturb them, because if you disturb them, they will not understand because they have not that experience, and you will bewilder their intelligence. So they have to go through the process of life, the process of experience, the process of the soul's journey from life to life, till that ripening of the fruit takes place, the ripening of the nature, the ripening of the soul, which can then exceed and rise above the modes of nature. Okay? But one who knows the true principles of the divisions of the modes and of works realizes that it is the modes which are acting and reacting on each other, and is not caught in them by attachment. Those who are bewildered by the modes get attached to the modes and their works. Dull minds, not knowers of the whole, let not the knower of the whole disturb them in their mental standpoint. So stay with let them continue in their mental standpoint, giving up thy works to me, free from desire and egoism, fight delivered from the fever of thy soul. So giving up thy works to me, again offering, sacrifice, surrendering, giving up thy works to me, free from desire, free from egoism, fight, delivered from the fever of thy soul. Here there is the clear distinction between two levels of consciousness, two standpoints of action, that of the soul caught in the web of its egoistic nature and doing works with the idea but not the reality of free will, under the impulsion of nature and her modes, and that of the soul delivered from its identification with the ego, observing, sanctioning, and governing the works of nature from above her. So these are the two clear distinctions, the two levels of consciousness, two standpoints of action. And the one that is governing is above, is not identified with the ego, does not disturb the one that is identified with the ego, because if it disturbs it, it will disturb its equilibrium. It sees it, it says, continue quietly and fight. You do what you have to do. Leave those who are still in the mesh of Maya to remain there until they're ready to come out, until they're asked to be delivered, until they are ready for the deliverance of from their ego. Yes. Any questions or contemplations or thoughts here by anyone, or additions?
Even understand the consciousness is
So here there is the clear distinction between two levels of consciousness. So all that we have read above, it is only summarizing that. It's saying that there are two levels of consciousness, two standpoints of action. One that is the standpoint that we are in, the men we think we are, I am the doer, I am the worker, it is my work, I am the one who's deciding what work to do, what work not to do, how to do it. I am the one who's going through all the ups and downs of life. And that is the one, it is caught in the web of the egoistic nature and of the three gunas. That is one standpoint, it's saying. There are two consciousnesses, two one that of the soul caught in the web of its egoistic nature. When your soul is caught, when when your true self is enslaved by the gunas, by the three gunas of your outer nature. That is one standpoint of action. Then you believe you are doing it, no? If I say, Sunana, it's not you, you look at me rather puzzled and say, what do you mean it's not me? I'm deciding. I'm deciding that I'm going to become a teacher, or I'm going to become an investment banker, or I'm going to do X or Y tomorrow. So that is one standpoint of action. The other is when you are understanding that yourself, your true self, you're not enmeshed in the web of the ego, and therefore you're aware that it is Prakriti that is doing the action, and you are the one who is sanctioning it, agreeing to it, or disagreeing with it. But you are aware that it is nature who is acting, not you. That is a second consciousness. When you're free from the egoistic, not. So here there is the clear distinction between two levels of consciousness, two standpoints of action. That of the soul caught in the web of its egoistic nature and doing works with the idea but not the reality of free will, under the impulsion of nature, and that of the soul delivered from its identification with the ego. And that the second is of the soul delivered from its identification with the ego, and that who is not, when we are not identified with our ego and the ego mind, especially, that then you observe, you sanction, govern the works of nature from above her. And if you are doing that, if you are above nature, the two, how would you know that you are above nature or you are within nature? You're being governed by nature, or are you governing nature? There are two signs for that. What are the two signs? How would you know yourself that you are there?
When you are doing without any expectation, you give sympathy, you are not doing what you said. If somebody is one side, you can hurt. You see your feeling.
So when you're hurt, you are in the ego mind. Yes.
Now, involving into the mind and as an offering.
As an offering, then what happens? You feel a joy. So even if someone insults you and says something, it makes no difference. You're full of joy. It has no effect on you. So the sign is equality and equanimity, samatha. That is the sign. The one who is liberated from the ego has an equanimity and an equality of consciousness that is invariable. That is the first sign of the person's liberated from the ego. And that is why these two chapters on equality and knowledge and equality are the kernel of the Gita. These are the two things, samatha and equanimity, equality, that distinguish are distinguishing signs of those acting in the ego, from the ego mind, and those not acting from the ego mind. So sometimes you might think you're not acting from the ego mind, but actually you are acting from the ego mind. So you have to be very sincere and truthful, and you have to be very honest with yourself. Yes?
Very difficult to explain it. Also, I mean, I tried sometimes, but it's very difficult also to stop the thought process to get mostly arising from ego mind.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible.
That's why the yogin says what your day is his night, and what his day is your night. So those are very beautiful words.
What does that mean?
It means that you have to do practice and suffer more. You know, so we have to suffer a lot more. Yeah. And we have to go through life, it comes with the ripening of the soul. It comes with practice, with meditation, with aspiration, with surrender, and it's a process of yoga. That's why yogin, one who is doing yoga.
A lot of times it's just frustrating. You work with an aspiration and you say, no, I want to. This is this. For example, there are a lot of people who are working for women and in spiritual organizations, you see people working with an aspiration. And but you still, even there's an aspiration. So I think the ego becomes even more inflated rather than
deflated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not at all. One aspiration to get out of the ego. That's all you can aspire, and then surrender, then work, then
Higher purpose.
surrender, and then all the things that the Gita talks about, establishing equality, doing distance, separation of the Purusha from the Prakriti. All of these steps are required.
It's not really.
Amita.
Yes, who is speaking?
Bina. I just wanted to say something because it's something I've been contemplating a lot. having grown up in Oroville and gone to ashram schools, there's also something, I call it the super yogi complex. We aspire to this, but we don't live in it. And for many times when in speaking candidly, people are like, no, I don't care. Mother will do it. Mother will do it. The aspiration for equanimity is not the same as actual equanimity. And sometimes we gaslight ourselves even into thinking we have equanimity because we don't want to kind of get into it. Equanimity, anyway, I just think that this idea of this aspiration towards yogic equanimity, for some of us, is a trap into just not speaking or doing or feeling.
Yes. So you mean it's a trap in not, you mean you're deceiving yourself?
Yeah. Yeah. What the Gita is pointing out, we all aspire to this, but we also have to be real with where we actually are in order to actually get any of that real equanimity.
Yes, absolutely. So the more we understand, firstly, the buddhi has to be developed, first the mental clarity, discrimination to understand. Then from understanding comes the next step of practice, and then from practice comes realization. And these are steps that take a long time. So in the meanwhile, one can only be aware and not delude oneself. Yes. Okay. So let's continue. Um, we speak of the soul being subject to nature. But on the other hand, the Gita, in distinguishing the properties of the soul and nature, affirms that while nature is the executrix, the soul is always the Lord, Ishvara. So we speak of the soul being subject to nature because the soul is the Ishvara that is subject to nature because we are in this duality and this division of the ego and the modes and so on. But on the other hand, the Gita is distinguishing the properties of the soul and nature. In distinguishing the properties of soul and nature, that is, Purusha and Prakriti, affirms that while Prakriti is the executrix, nature is the executrix, the soul is always the Lord Ishvara. It speaks here of the self being, it speaks here of the self being bewildered by egoism. But the real self, with a capital S, to the Vedantin, is the divine, eternally free and self-aware. What then is this self that is bewildered by nature? This soul that is subject to nature, to her? The answer is that we are speaking here in the common parlance of our lower or mental view of things. We are speaking of the apparent self, of the apparent soul, not of the real soul or the real self, not of the true Purusha. It is really the ego which is subject to nature, inevitably because it is itself part of nature. Um, so it is really the ego which is subject to nature, inevitably, because it is itself part of nature, one functioning of her mission. Now, what then is the self that is bewildered by nature, the soul that is subject to her? The answer is that we are speaking here in the common parlance of our lower or mental view of things. We are speaking of the apparent self, of the apparent soul, not of the real self, not of the true Purusha. It is really the ego which is subject to nature. inevitably, because it is itself part of nature, one functioning of her machinery. But when the self-awareness in the mind consciousness identifies itself with the ego, it creates the appearance of a lower self, an ego self. So here it is. See, this is the ego self when the self-awareness in the mental consciousness, this is the manomaya purusha. When it is self-aware, it creates and identifies itself with the ego. It creates the appearance of a lower self, an ego self. This is also the self, but this is the self which is identified with the ego. Okay, this is the lower self. It creates the appearance of a lower self, an ego self. And so too, what we think of ordinarily as the soul is really the natural person, not the true person, the Purusha, but the desire soul in us, which is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha in the workings of Prakriti. Now, this desire soul, there's a whole chapter in Life Divine on the double soul. So, what he's trying to distinguish here is that in common parlance, what we call as the soul is actually the desire soul in us. It is one that is subjected to the ego. But it is the self that is subjected to the ego. However, there is a higher soul, which is not the desire soul. So there are these levels of the soul also of what you call as Purusha. Now, Anuradha, you've been reading the Life Divine. Would you like to throw some light on this?
No,
Why? What have you understood in the Life Divine so far
no, that chapter was very far back. I don't
then? Forgotten. Okay. So this is important. Anyone else would like to say something? All right. So what he's saying here is in common parlance, when we say that the self is bewildered by nature, that the soul is subject to nature, we're not talking about the true soul. We're not talking about the true Purusha, which is a self with a capital S. We're talking about the lower self, which is the desire soul that is embedded in the mental consciousness and is subject to nature and is subject to the ego. That's what it's saying. Okay? No, there are different levels of the soul, different levels of consciousness. So the self that is in the ego is not really the self with a capital S. It is the lower self. This, yeah. Soul, that is same, self and soul. Soul that is embedded in the ego is not the soul with a capital S. It's what is called as the desire soul. Okay, self and soul I'm using interchangeably here. So therefore, it's better to use the word Purusha. That there is the Purusha, which we call is the Manomaya Purusha that is embedded in the in the ego. Then there is the what are the three lower Purushas called? Manomaya, Jayashree, Pranamaya, and the
Annamaya.
And
vital, the mental, and the
Annamaya.
physical. And the physical is called
Annamaya.
Annamaya.
Annamaya Purusha. So all these three Purushas, the Annamaya, the Pranamaya, and the Manomaya Purusha, are all embedded in the ego. They are what in normal parlance we call as the self with a small s or the desire soul. Okay, so we are completely confused basically. Okay, so he is trying to unconfuse us here. Okay. So he says, we speak of the soul being subject to nature. In the Gita, there is a reference to the soul subject to nature. And so he says, what soul is that? Then he's explaining that there is a soul or a Purusha or witness self in every part of our being. That soul is a soul that is the desire soul, that is embedded in ego. Okay? So we speak of the soul being subject to nature, but on the other hand, the Gita, in distinguishing the properties of the soul and nature, affirms that while nature is the executrix, the soul is always the Lord and Ishvara. It speaks here of the self being bewildered by egoism, but the real self to the Vedantin is the divine, eternally free and self-aware. So how can the self be bewildered by egoism? What then is this self that is bewildered by egoism and nature, this soul that is subject to Prakriti? The answer is that we are speaking here in common parlance of our lower or mental view of things. We're speaking from the mind. We're speaking of the apparent self, of the apparent soul, not of the real self, of the true soul. It is really the ego which is subject to nature. Okay? And these are the different sheets of the ego in the mind, in the vital, and in the physical. The three sheets of the ego. In the mind, in our mind, in our vital, they're all sheets of the ego, actually. Okay? So it is really the ego which is subject to nature, inevitably, because it is itself part of nature, one functioning of a machinery. That when the self awareness in the mind consciousness identifies itself with the ego, it creates the appearance of a lower self, an ego self. And so, too, what we think of ordinarily as the soul is really the natural personality, not the true person, the Purusha with a capital P, but the desire soul in us, which is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha in the workings of Prakriti. This desire soul is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha with a capital P in the workings of Prakriti. And because it is a reflection, by nature it is at a level lower than its original self, right? And therefore it is subject to, it becomes a slave to Prakriti. Okay, and so too what we think of ordinarily as a soul is really the natural personality. It is only, yeah, not the true person, the Purusha, but the desire soul in us, which is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha and the workings of Prakriti. It is in fact itself only an action of the three modes, and therefore a part of nature. So it is in fact itself only an action of the three modes of nature, and therefore part of nature. Thus there are, we may say, two souls in us. Now he's coming to the point. Thus there are, as we may say, two souls in us. What are the two souls in us? The apparent or desire soul, which we mistake for the real soul because we are bound by our mental ego. We are bound by our mental framework. So we are mistaking this all the time for our real soul. So thus there are two souls in us, the apparent or desire soul, which changes with the mutations of the gunas and is entirely constituted and determined by these gunas, and the free and eternal Purusha, not limited by nature or Prakriti and her gunas. Okay, so the double soul, the two soul. But we are constantly mistaking this as our true soul because we are bound by the ego mind and trapped by the gunas. So we come back to the yogin, which is saying that, what we think is this, is that, is exactly the opposite. Okay. By getting out of the ego, we have, okay. Wow. So
This
I'm
is
just
this is
sorry?
what I was kind of trying to allude to. I wasn't saying it as well as Aurobindo, but
Yes.
that we get confused. We get very confused in our aspiration to be yogis. We don't always
Hmm.
know which one we're reflecting.
Yes, that's true. So
You know,
discrimination.
no, I just wanted to say, I think one of the most important qualities to avoid those pitfalls is sincerity. You have to be very, very sincere about what you want and very honest about who you are. You have to observe yourself and see all your pitfalls and weaknesses and ego traps and kind of work very diligently through all of that. Otherwise, you'll get trapped. There's no. It's very easy to get trapped. It's much harder to stay clear of all the snares.
Yes. Most of us are trapped. Okay. Oh, and there are moments when we all get trapped. When your
Yeah.
discrimination stops working, your buddhi becomes clouded by anger or by greed or by the
Desire.
biting, by desire, then there's you get clouded for that moment, and we have experienced that, right? So it is really the ego which is subject to nature inevitably because it is itself part of nature. Okay, now where was I? It is in fact itself only an action of the three modes and therefore a part of nature. Thus there are, as we may say, two souls in us, the apparent or desire soul, which changes with the mutations of the gunas and is entirely constituted and determined by them, and the free and the eternal Purusha not limited by nature and her gunas. We have two selves, the apparent self, which is only the ego, that mental center in us. So, what is the ego? And the center of the ego is the mind, the mental center in us. Okay, every time you want to know whether you're in the ego or not, you have to just see, are you working in your mind or from something higher? What do you think? So, those are questions. Okay, so there are two selves in us. We have two selves, the apparent self, which is only the ego, that mental center in us, which takes up this mutable action of Prakriti, this mutable personality, and which says, I am this personality, I am this natural being who am doing all these works. But the natural being is simply nature, not anything else. Natural being is simply nature in its composition of the gunas, of the rajas, tamas, and sattva gunas in different permutations and combinations. So, but we are deluded because of this mental, what should I say, mental center in us of the ego that takes up this mutable action of Prakriti and this mutable personality and says, I am this personality, I am so and so, I am this natural being who I am doing these works, I am taking these decisions, and I am the doer of all works. But the natural being is simply nature, a composite of the gunas, and the true self, which is indeed the upholder, the possessor, and the Lord of nature and figured in her, but is not itself the mutable natural personality. But is not in it, but is not itself the mutable natural personality. That is the Lord of nature, the way to be free. Now you all ask, how do you become free? The way to be free must then be to get rid of the desires of this desire soul and the false self-view of this ego. So how do you get rid of the desires of this desire soul? How do you get rid of desires? What is the way? What is the path?
I think one of the most important exercises is to just step back from everything. Step back from your thoughts, step back from your actions, and do
Okay.
everything with deliberation rather than reacting.
So one is okay, not react, step back, step into your inner being, into your inner self, be detached, and then act. But the point is when you step back, you have to then you have to still take action. Otherwise you will fall into the guna of tamas. So you
Yeah.
have to be careful between the two of when you
Yeah.
step back, what are you stepping back into?
Into
And
equality?
sorry, into
Equality.
equality into samatha. Yes, that is
Yes.
a very, very important step. That's why there is a whole book written, and I was reading just recently where somebody asked Sri Aurobindo, what is the what is the most important step or the most important sign or most important method to reach the supermind, the supramental consciousness? And he said, equality, samadhi. And he said, the first sign of the supermind, of the influence of the supramental, is when your consciousness is equal and there is total samatha, total equanimity and equality. So, therefore, these two chapters on equality and knowledge and equality are the most important chapters of the Gita. And at least I personally find that I'm reading them over and over again. Because with that, I will send you what this wonderful research done on the record of yoga and Sri Aurobindo's own uh, tapasya and his own work on that. So here we have this. So here it is. Now, those who are asking how to be free of the ego, Sagarika. So how do you become free of the ego? Here, Sri Aurobindo, the Gita says, because he's discussing the text, the Gita. So it's certainly not his own yoga. That way, Sri Aurobindo is quite, very. I think he's very disciplined. He keeps making a distinction. This is not. He's not putting his philosophy into the Gita. He's actually discussing exactly the shlokas of the Gita here. So he says very clearly in the Gita it is written. The way to be free must then be to get rid of the desires of this desire soul and the false self-view of this ego. Having become free from desire and egoism, cries the teacher, cries Sri Krishna. Having become free from desire and egoism, cries the teacher, fight with all the fever of thy soul, passed away from thee. Fight from all the fever of thy soul, passed away from thee. Here is the Sanskrit equivalent. Sanskrit teacher, please read. Anuradha, the new Anuradha the second.
Nirashir nirmamo bhutva.
Wonderful. Okay. So this view of our being starts from the Sankhya analysis of the dual principle. We'll read this next time. We'll stop here. Any questions or any comments before we end?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts. One is it says get rid of desires. That's not such a simple thing to do.
No.
That's what we need to do. But and I think the process of getting rid of desires, as we go through life, fulfilling to a certain extent, one of the goals of Hinduism has been to the fulfillment of desires, and I think it's an important process that we go through in life to fulfill certain wishes, to fulfill certain desires, because it's only through fulfilling them that we realize that this is not the end goal. And if we don't do that, then we've got a hollow bit in ourselves that's not mature. And so it's a long process. It's not a simple thing. I had one other thought, unless you want to comment.
No. I was just remembering that phrase of Sri Aurobindo's. Ego is the
Ego is the helper, ego is the
Ego is the
bar.
helper, ego is the bar. So ego is the helper, and also the four.
Desire is the helper, desire is the
Desire is
bar.
the helper, desire is the bar. So all
But
these wonderful aphorisms.
you have to be so careful though, because desire is also a drug. So you can
But there is a
easily,
point in your life when the soul is young
yeah,
and weak, in the development of the human being. If you do not fully become a complete human being first, you
yeah,
have nothing really, what are
to
you giving up
offer.
when you don't have anything? Yeah.
Yeah, you need to be a whole individual before you can start the process of rejecting and stepping back and going into equanimity. And I'd say each one has to decide that for themselves, where they are in that process. But they have to
Yes.
do it with
So
so
you
much
know yourself.
sincerity.
I should keep saying that I had to first become I was aware that, for a long time that, we're not complete. We're not as yet complete. And we have to first be situated, be honest and say, okay, I have to first complete this whole thing. My soul needs certain experiences to be complete. So if
Yeah.
you push and you you push yourself before that, you're really going to be, it's an incomplete, unbaked vessel. So I completely get your point, Robin. Go ahead, second.
Yeah, the second thing was I was fascinated by this, what on the previous page there on 214, he talks about mechanical psychology. And I had this thought come into my head that I couldn't get rid of this, so that's why I'll just mention it. And that is that if you have a piece of metal, like a piece of aluminum that's in a motor, say, it has a certain lifespan, and after it gets used for a certain period of time, it will fatigue and it will become weak, and at some point in time, it will fail. And I was, um, and then there's other metals which, if you bend them back and forth, they actually become harder. They become stronger. It's called work hardening. And then, of course, beyond that is when you temper a piece of metal, it can become very, very strong. It can become spring steel, very resilient, or very brittle and very strong. So in material, in the very lowest rung of nature, the same principles apply, like you can say to a person, in us, in order to become strong, to become flexible, we need a certain amount of working to become strong, to become resilient. If we don't, and if we're static, then we can become worn out, and fatigue and collapse. So there's a continuum in both the very basic nature and all the way up through the various plant, animal, and various realms, that these principles apply through all of these spectrums of existence. So
Yes,
I was thinking about that because I've, worked with metals.
yes, and the same thing applies to human beings. That's why the value of trials and tribulations, because unless you have you say you have a thing by fire. What is that particular word? When you
Tempering.
what is it called?
Tempering.
Yeah, but in the human, in
And
something by fire, t-
Trial
uh,
by fire.
trial
yeah,
by fire. So unless you go through that fire, the experience of suffering and difficult experiences in your life, that's when your metal, the metal of your consciousness gets what should I say, refined and polished. And what mother says that you become pure gold, and then you get nerves of steel. Now, steel nerves is a human component of the body. If you look at nerves, now, what do you mean by nerves of steel? Here she's using a metallic phrase to explain what she wants our human physiology and nervous system to become. And how do you
Equanimity.
make how do you make steel? So you were describing that the furnace, and that's one metal that through the heat of the furnace actually becomes stronger and more resilient. So these are very interesting. Uh, correlates to from what when he says mechanical psychology, the psychology is the same whether it's a metal or a plant or a animal or the human being.
What is desire but a pursuit of happiness?
Sorry.
Desire is nothing but pursuit of happiness. I desire something because I assume that I'll be happy when I achieve it. So, if you have already achieved that contentment, then desire will naturally fall away from you. If you are already content.
That's the problem.
Yes, so
Who's content?
yes,
Naturally, always content,
yes.
unless you're a yogi.
Then
There you have to do yoga.
will reach
Yeah.
that place.
Yeah.
No, when Martha came, she told me she had an observation about horses.
Yeah.
And that was I realized there I was having a most. So horses actually they're like you said, also mentioned that they are actually a nervous system.
Hmm.
When your nervous system is completely content and you calm, you find that your pulse is low, your nervous system is content, then you will also find that there is no need for desire because you are already in a content state.
Yeah.
If
So
you are not more in content state, your nervous system will fail.
yeah, she kept talking about activation. Your horse, you've activated the horse, you've activated yourself. See where the activation is. So these are somatic, yes, ways of the nerve. She's trying to, we had a Spanish lady here, a therapist who was working with horses, but she was explaining how the nervous system of a horse can help the nervous system of a human being to get into that state of equipoise and equanimity. Okay, so we'll end with some meditation now. Mhm. Very good morning, good day, good evening. We were reading the chapter on the determination of nature, chapter 21 of the Essays on the Gita, page 214. So we can start with this paragraph. Last time we read about the fact that what is free will and what is determinism. What we now call in our ordinary mentality our free will, and have a certain limited justification for so calling it, yet appears to the yogin who has climbed beyond, and to whom our night is day and our day night, not free will at all, but a subjection to the modes of nature. He regards the same facts, but from the higher outlook of the whole knower, Krishnavid, while we view it altogether from the more limited mentality of our partial knowledge, a Krishnavidha, avidya, which is an ignorance. What we want of as our freedom is to him bondage. So this whole question of what is free will and the idea that is brought in by the Gita here, that what is free will in one plane of consciousness is actually determinism or um, not free will from a higher plane of consciousness, which can look down and see that actually it is the three modes, that we are governed indeed by the three gunas, and what we regard as free will is actually a bondage. And when one climbs to a higher principle of consciousness and mind. So we continue from there. The perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, the perception of the ignorance of our assumption of freedom, while one is all the time in the meshes of this lower nature, is the viewpoint at which the Gita arrives. And it is in contradiction to this ignorant claim that it affirms the complete subjection of the ego soul on this plane to the gunas. While the actions are the ego soul, while the actions are being entirely done by the modes of nature, it says, he whose self is bewildered by egoism thinks that it is I which is doing them. But one who knows the true principles of the divisions of the modes and of works realizes that it is the modes which are acting and reacting on each other and is not caught in them by attachment. So this very clearly sets out that as long as we are bewildered and we are subject to our egoism, the egoistic mind, we are bound to be subject to the three gunas, and therefore our actions are being done entirely by the interplay of the three gunas and not by us, as we so imagine. He who is, while the actions are being entirely done by the modes of nature, he whose self is bewildered by egoism thinks that it is I which is doing them. But one who knows the true principles of the divisions, of the modes, and of works realizes it is the modes, the three gunas, which are acting and reacting on each other, and is not caught in them by attachment. Those who are bewildered by the modes get attached to the modes and their works. So those who are bewildered by the modes, that means one is unable to uh, distinguish and discriminate between the three modes when one is in the tamasic mode, when one is in the sattvic mode, and when one is in the rajasic mode, and is not able to see that one is functioning from either one or two modes together or a combination of them, those who are bewildered by the modes will get attached and get bewildered by it because we are in the ego mind. It is not something that we are getting bewildered for some unknown reason. It is because we are situated in the mind proper or the lower nature, the lower mind, which is the egoistic mind, which is why we get bewildered. And when we get bewildered, we get attached to the modes and their works. Dull minds, not knowers of the whole. Let not the knower of the whole disturb them in their mental standpoint. So here, of course, it seems to be a direct translation of the Sanskrit slogan. The Gita calls such people dull minds. You can see how many dull minds we are. Dull minds, not knowers of the whole. Let not the knower of the whole disturb them in their mental standpoint. So those who know, the sages, those who are free, those who are functioning from a higher consciousness, he's saying that don't disturb the people who are still in bondage, who are still attached and are completely bewildered and have dull minds. So let not the knower of the whole disturb them in their mental standpoint. Giving up thy works to me, Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, giving up your works to me, free from desire and egoism. So, what kind of desire, as far as Arjuna is concerned, here it is the desire to either fight the battle or win the battle, or the desire to, you know, all his desire. So, free from all desire and egoism. Fight delivered from the fever of thy soul. Now, this is a very difficult thing to say to somebody. First, you're asking them to get into the mode of fight. And normally, we fight when we get activated, right? We get activated by anger, by egoism, by some sort of threat or some sort of aggression. So we get activated and we fight, and and this fight response is not just on the battlefield. We fight when we with each other. We fight and get upset with each other. There's so many different types of fights. So so to ask somebody not to give up the fight, but if you are in the right and if you're doing the works wholly consecrated to the divine, to continue to fight, but without any attachment to the result or any desire, is a very difficult thing in practice. But here it is, and that's why the Greek Gita is one of the greatest, most enduring spiritual texts of mankind over 3,000 years. So those who are bewildered by the modes get attached to the modes in their works, okay? Giving up thy works to me, free from desire and egoism, fight delivered from the fever of thy soul. Here there is a clear distinction between two levels of consciousness, two standpoints of action. That of the soul caught in the web of its egoistic nature and doing works with the idea but not the reality of free will, under the impulsion of nature, and that of the soul, delivered from its identification with ego, observing, sanctioning, and governing the works of nature from above her. So this is the two, what should I say, uh, two levels of consciousness or two standpoints of action that the soul is caught in. When you try and give up your works to the divine, when you free yourself from desire and egoism, there is here a clear distinction between two levels of consciousness, two standpoints of action. One is the soul caught in its web of egoistic nature, bound by the gunas, doing works with the idea, but not the reality of free will, under the impulsion of nature, and that of the soul delivered from its identification with the ego, observing, sanctioning, and governing the works of nature from above. We speak of the soul being subject to nature, but on the other hand, the Gita, in distinguishing the properties of the soul and nature, affirms that while nature is the executrix, the soul is always the Lord Ishvara. So while we speak of the soul being subject to nature, because we are uh, subject to the ego, but but on the other hand, the Gita is also saying that the soul is the Ishvara and that nature is the executress. The soul is always the Lord Ishvara. It speaks here of the self being bewildered by egoism, but the real self to the Vedantin is the divine, eternally free and self-aware. Can you pick him up? Um, what then is the self that is bewildered by nature, this soul that is subject to her? So the real self is the divine, eternally free and self-aware. Then what is the self that is bewildered by nature? It's obviously not the higher self, the Purushottam or the Ishvara. It is the mental, the Manomaya Purusha, the lower self, that self that is subject to nature. So he's distinguishing here between the two selves, the self with the small s and the self with the large capital S. What then is a self that is bewildered by nature, this soul that is subject to her meaning the nature, the three gunas? The answer is that we are speaking here in the common parlance of our lower or mental view of things. We are speaking of the apparent self, of the apparent soul, not of the real self, not of the true Purusha. So because we are having to speak in the language, it is the modes of language, we are here speaking not of the true Purusha, but of the apparent soul, the double soul, what we saw talked of the desire soul and the true soul of Krishna. It is really the ego which is subject to nature, inevitably, because it is really the ego which is subject to nature, inevitably, because it is itself part of nature. The ego is subject to nature. Why? Because it is itself a part of Prakriti, of nature. So, it is really the ego which is subject to nature inevitably because it is itself part of nature, one functioning of her machinery. But when the self-awareness in the mind consciousness identifies itself with the ego, it creates the appearance of a lower self. But when the self-awareness, that part of the mind that is self-aware, identifies itself with the ego, then it creates the appearance of a lower self, as though there is a lower self and a higher self, an ego self. That lower self, this is a manner of speech, it is appearance of a lower self and ego self. So too, what we think of ordinarily as the soul is really the natural personality, not the true person, the Purusha, but the desire soul in us, which is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha. So what is this desire soul in us? What we misidentify as the soul is really the desire soul in us, which is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha, which is the true self, in the workings of Prakriti. So when the Purusha is reflected in the workings of nature of the three gunas, the reflection of the Purusha gives is what we confuse as the true Purusha, but in fact that um, reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha in the workings of Prakriti is the desire soul, or not the true Purusha, which is above Prakriti. So this is very important to distinguish, because sometimes you say, the soul is subject to nature. So then what do you mean the soul is subject to nature when you're saying the soul is above nature? So this is the differentiation that Sri Aurobindo is trying to, um, subtly point out, that is a different, it's a manner of speech, it is a wording. So that soul that is subject to nature is the lower self or the desire soul. That soul that is not subject to Prakriti or the three gunas is the higher self or the Purusha. That's all. So, but the desire soul, which is a reflection of the consciousness in the working of the Prakriti, it is in fact itself only the action of the three modes and therefore a part of nature. So, does somebody have their, yeah, could you just mute yourself? There's some sound that is coming from someone's microphone there. Okay. Now, um, thus there are, as we may say, two souls in us. Okay, so that's in the whole chapter of the Life Divine. And so too, what we think of ordinarily as the soul is really the natural personality, not the true person, the Purusha, but the desire soul in us, which is a reflection of the consciousness of the Purusha in the workings of Prakriti. It is in fact itself only an action of the three modes and therefore a part of nature. So this double soul, this desire soul, which is a reflection of the Purusha, is actually only an action of the three modes, the three gunas, and therefore a part of Prakriti and not a part of Purusha, the true self, or the true soul. Thus there are, we may say, in simple words, two souls in us. The apparent or desire soul, which changes with the mutations of the gunas, the different movements of the gunas, which changes with the mutations of the gunas and is entirely constituted and determined by them. So this desire soul is not only um, subject to the gunas, but it is entirely constituted by the gunas and even determined by them. And the second is the free and eternal Purusha, not limited by the gunas, not limited by nature and her gunas, not limited by Prakriti. We have two selves. Again, he points out the apparent self, which is only the ego, that mental center in us, which takes up this mutable action of Prakriti, this mutable personality, and which says, I am this personality. I am this natural being who am doing these works. But the natural being is simply nature of Prakriti, a composite of the gunas. And the true self, which is indeed the upholder, the possessor, and the lord of nature, and figured in her, but is not itself the mutable, but is not itself the mutable natural personality. So these we have two selves. One is the apparent self, which is the ego, and that is the center of the mental ego, the mental center in us. And this takes up the mutable action of Prakriti, the gunas, this mutable personality. It says, and this is what says, I am so and so, I am this person, I am doing this work. And it feels that it is the doer. It is who it is. But the natural being is simply nature, it's Prakriti. It's a composite of the gunas. And the true self, which is indeed the upholder, the possessor, and lord of nature, and figured in her, is but is not itself immutable natural personality. The way to be free must then be to get rid of the desires of this desire soul and the false self view of this ego. Now, very simply said, but extremely difficult to actually do. The way to be free must then be to get rid of the desires of this desire soul and the false self view of this ego. This is the way to be free. To be not in the bondage of the mental ego, not in the bondage of the mind proper, not in the bondage of Prakriti, of three gunas, but to be situated in the Purusha, in the self, which is above the mind, above the ego mind. So, having become free from desire and egoism, cries the teacher, fight. So, after you've become free, having become free from desire and egoism, cries the teacher, fight with all the fever of thy soul passed away from thee. So this fever of thy soul, this fever of thy soul is a reference to the desire soul that is either doing it out of anger or revenge or retaliation or is cringing. It could also be the tamasic soul that doesn't want to fight because it does not want to hurt its the emotional attachment to relatives and to kin and family, but is um, but so he says, let this fever of thy soul pass away from thee. Anuradha, nirasir nirmano bhutva. Right? This view of our being starts from the Sankhya analysis of the dual principle in our nature. So now this view of our being, again, it's talking about from the origin of where this dual view of our being begins from. It begins from the Sankhya philosophy. This dual principle in our nature of Purusha, Prakriti, and so on. So this view of our being starts from the Sankhya analysis of the dual principle in our nature, which is Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is inactive, a karta, Prakriti is active, kartri. Purusha is the being full of the light of consciousness. Prakriti is the nature, mechanical, reflecting all her works in the conscious witness, the Purusha. Prakriti works by the inequality of her three modes. How does Prakriti work? By some sort of inequality, disequilibrium of her three modes or gunas, in perpetual collision and intermixture and mutation with each other, and by her function of ego mind. That's how Prakriti works. By the function of the ego mind and the intermixture and mutation of the three gunas. She gets the Purusha to identify himself with all this working and so creates the sense of active, mutable, temporal personality in the silent eternity of the self. This, the impure natural consciousness, overclouds the pure soul consciousness. And this impure natural consciousness, which is the function of the ego mind mixed with the gunas and getting the Purusha to identify himself with all this working and creating the sense of this temporal personality is the impure natural consciousness overclouds. The impure natural consciousness overclouds the pure soul consciousness. The mind forgets the person and is intervened because it's intertwined in the personality. The mind forgets the person in the ego and the personality. The mind forgets the person with a capital, the person in the ego and the personality. We suffer the discriminating intelligence to be carried away by the sense mind and its outgoing functions and by the desire of the life and the body. So we suffer the discriminating intelligence, buddhi, to be carried away by the sense mind, what is the sense mind?
Manas.
Manas, and its outgoing functions of the sense mind, the five senses or whatever, the seven senses, and its outgoing functions, and by the desire of the life and the body. So long as the Purusha sanctions this action, so long as the Purusha sanctions this action, ego and desire and ignorance must govern the natural being. So long as the Purusha is identified and is caught in this and is enmeshed in this action, ego, desire, and ignorance govern the natural being. That is why we are governed by these three special, what should I say, principles of ego, principle of desire, and principle of ignorance, making our mind dull. But if this were all, then the only remedy would be to withdraw altogether the sanction, suffer or compel all our nature by this withdrawal, to fall into a motionless equilibrium of the three gunas, and so cease from all action. But this is precisely the remedy. Though it is undoubtedly, but this is precisely the remedy, though it is undoubtedly a remedy, one which abolishes, we might say, the patient along with the disease. So then if this were all, if that's the only thing we had to do is to get the gunas in equilibrium, all we had to do is to suffer or compel all our nature by this withdrawal into to fall into a motionless equilibrium of the three gunas and stop doing any action. If we stopped all action, then we would fall into equilibrium and therefore we would fall out of the ego. But this is precisely, I don't know, the remedy, though it is undoubtedly a remedy, one which abolishes, we might say, the patient along with the disease, which the Gita constantly discourages. So this remedy is something that the Gita does not subscribe to, the quietistic remedy of withdrawal from life, withdrawal from all action, going into samadhi and forever being in that state, because it kills the patient along with the disease. Especially to resort to a tamasic inaction is just what the ignorant will do if this truth is thrust upon them. Why does it say, don't disturb those who are in this mode too much? Because if we disturb an unprepared mind, an unprepared consciousness who is still in the early stages of its growth and development, to say that, do this, do that, give up the ego, give up all action, uh, identify yourself with the blah blah blah, and the consciousness is not ready and complete, then what will happen? Especially to resort to a tamasic inaction is just what the ignorant will do if this truth is thrust upon them, if it is forced upon them. If this truth is offered, is fine, forced is something else. The discriminating mind in them will fall into a false division, a false opposition, buddhi bheda. Their active nature and their intelligence will be divided against each other and produce a disturbance and confusion without true issue. A false and self-deceiving line of action, mithyaka, or else a mere tamasic inertia, cessation of works, diminution of the will to life and action, not therefore liberation from action and life. Liberation is when you are able to act and live with the will to live and not be subject to the lower nature. But if you just immediately stop acting, you stop, you just give up the world and you refuse to, you fall into a tamasic inaction, then this is what's going to happen. Okay? It's just what the ignorant will do if this truth is thrust upon them. A false opposition, a false division, buddhi-bhed, their active nature and their intelligence will be divided against each other and produce a disturbance and confusion without true issue, a false and self-deceiving line of action. Mithyakar, or else a mere tamasic inertia, cessation of works, diminution of the will to life and action, not therefore liberation, but rather a subjection to the lowest of the three worlds. You will fall into the worst inaction, the worst subjection to the lowest of the three gunas, which is tamas, the principle of ignorance and of inertia. Or else they will not be able to understand at all. They will find fault with this higher teaching, assert against it their present mental experience. Or you could have the rajasic opposition, the rajasic reaction, which is they will refuse to accept this teaching. They say, no, this is not true, this is not correct, I refuse to accept it, assert against it, and their ignorant idea of free will, assert against it their present mental experience, their ignorant idea of free will, and get more confirmed by the plausibility of their logic in their bewilderment and the deception of ego and desire, lose their chance of liberation in a deeper, more obstinate confirmation of the ignorance. So they will go into a more deeper and more obstinate confirmation of the ignorance and therefore lose their chance of liberation. So therefore they say, what is the very famous Indian way of doing is, each thing has its own stages, that there is a law of graduality that is a very important principle of yoga and of self-development, where each of us needs to know where we are, what our being seeks, and where we are in its present evolutionary stage, and take one step at a time and not plunge off the deep end of the ocean and sink. So here it is for you, a wonderful way that Sri Krishna tells and prepares Arjuna. He takes him step by step, does not push him to the right, to the end. And there, it is very beautifully put that you do not disturb those who are still in their formation of growth and their formation of development and are not fully ready to do this yoga. Yet you may inform them that these are things that may happen at a later stage. In fact, these higher truths can only be helpful because they're only In fact, these higher truths can only be helpful because there only they are true to experience and can be lived on a higher and vaster plane of consciousness and being. So these higher truths can only be helpful when they are lived and they are experienced on this higher and vaster plane of our own consciousness and being. To view these truths from below, to see these truths from below, is to missee, misunderstand, and probably to misuse them. It is a higher truth that the distinction of good and evil is indeed a practical fact. It is a higher truth that the distinction of good and evil is indeed a practical fact and law valid for the egoistic human life, which is the stage of transition from the animal to the divine. But on a higher plane, we rise beyond good and evil. So, while in the human plane, it is very practical and very, what should I say, relevant to see the rise beyond good and evil and see the duality of good and evil when we are transitioning from the animal to the divine. However, on a higher plane, we rise on a higher plane we rise beyond good and evil, are above their duality, even as the Godhead is above us, is above it. So just as the Godhead, the Purusha, is above good and evil, in the same way, the Purushottam, same way we in our consciousness rises above and we are above good and evil. We are no longer bound by this duality and this distinction of good and evil. But the unripe mind, seizing on this truth, without rising from the lower consciousness, where it is not practically valid, will simply make it a convenient excuse for indulging its asuric propensities, denying the distinction between good and evil altogether, and falling by self-indulgence deeper into the morass of perdition. Varvjnana vimudhan nastan asita. So too, with this truth of the determinism of nature. So in the same way that if we are unable, if we do not see the validity of good and evil, and we do not follow the distinction between good and evil, as long as we are functioning from our ordinary human mentality, and we have not risen to the higher Purusha, and higher Purushottam, till then, if we do not do that, we will fall sometime. We can fall and take it as a convenient excuse for indulging asuric propensities. In the same way, it's the same too is this truth of the determinism of nature. It will be misseen and misused as those misuse it who declare that a man is what his nature has made him and cannot do otherwise than as his nature compels him. It is true in a sense, but not in the sense which is attached to it, not in the sense that the ego self can claim irresponsibility and impunity for itself and its works. For it has will and it has desire, and so long as it acts according to its will and desire, even though that be its nature, it must bear the reactions of its karma. So the reactions of karma, the chain of karma, immediately sets into motion. Every action has, there is a reaction as long as you are living in the karmic state, which is the state of the ego mentality, the state of the mind, state of the ordinary mentality. So this law of karma will immediately is acting in this ordinary human consciousness. It is the law of karma can only be abrogated or can be superseded or can be changed or can be over uh, you know one can oversee it when one rises above into uh, the Ishvara or state or the divine self, the one that is free from the ego. So it is true in a sense, but not in the sense which is attached to it, not in the sense that the ego self can claim irresponsibility and impunity for itself and its works, for it has will and it has desire, and so long as it acts according to its will and desire, even though that be its nature, it must bear the reactions of its karma. It is in a net, if you will, a snare, which may well seem perplexing, illogical, unjust, terrible to its present experience, to its limited self-knowledge, but a snare of its own choice, a net of its own weaving. So this determinism of nature is something that can also be misseen and misused. And those who misuse it can come up with these specious arguments or, ways of justification that, one is, this is nature, this is the way I am, I have to do what according to my nature is being dictated. But that is not true because it is true in a sense, but not in the sense which is attached to it, not in the sense that the ego self can claim irresponsibility and impunity for its works, but for it has a will and it has desire, and so long as it acts according to its will and desire, it must bear the reaction. Okay. And this net of karma, of um, uh, ego is the helper, ego is the bar. This net is self-created, is a net that has been created of its own weave, but we are unaware of its weave, and therefore we get snared into it. There is a time when we are ready to leave it. There is a time when our being is ready to not to get enmeshed in it. But at that time, some of us do get out and some of us continue. The Gita says, indeed, all existences follow their nature. And what shall coercing it avail? The Gita says, indeed, all existences follow their nature, their own form and their own gradation and their own way of moving forward. And what is the use of coercing it to a particular state? All existence follow their nature, and what shall coercing it avail? Which seems, if we take it by itself, a hopelessly absolute assertion of the omnipotence of nature over the soul. Even the man of knowledge acts according to his own nature. And on this it founds the injunction to follow faithfully in our action the law of our nature. Better in one's own law of work, swadharma, though in itself faulty, than an alien law well wrought out. Death in one's own law of being is better. Perilous is it to follow an alien law. So these are the various quotations, the various injunctions of the Gita that Sri Aurobindo is now bringing forward. And they seem to be in contradiction, but they're not. So it says, one is that, even the man of knowledge acts according to his own nature. What is the point of coercing oneself out of one's own nature? And so on. And on this, it founds the injunction to follow faithfully in our action the law of our nature. Better in one's own law of works, swadharma, though in itself faulty, than an alien law well wrought out. Death in one's own law of being is better. Perilous is it to follow an alien law. What is precisely meant by this swadharma? We have to wait to see until we get to the more elaborate disquisition in the closing chapters about Purusha and Prakriti and the goodness. But certainly it does not mean that we are to follow any impulse, any though evil, which what we call our nature dictates to us. For between these two verses, the Gita throws in this further injunction. In the object of this or that sense, liking and disliking are set in ambush. Fall not into their power, for they are the besetters of the soul in its path. And immediately after this, in answer to Arjuna's objection, who asks him, if there is no fault in following our nature, what are we then to say of that in us which drives a man to sin, as if by force, even against his own struggling will? The teacher replies that this is desire and its companion wrongs, children of Rajas. The second guna, the principle of passion. And this desire is the soul's great enemy and has to be slain. Abstention from evil doing, it declares, to be the first condition for liberation. And always it enjoins self-mastery, self-control, samyama, control of the mind, senses, all the lower being. There is therefore a distinction to be made between what is essential in the nature, its native and inevitable action, which it avails not at all to repress, suppress, coerce, and what is accidental to it, its wanderings, confusions, perversions, over which we must certainly get control. There is a distinction implied too between coercion and suppression, nigraha and control with right use and right guidance, samyama. The former is a violence done to the nature by the will, which in the end depresses the natural powers of the being, atmanan, avasadhyat. The latter is the control of the lower by the higher self, which successfully gives to those powers their right action and their maximum efficiency. Yoga karmasu poshanam. The nature of samyama is made very clear by the Gita in the opening of its 6th chapter. By the self thou shouldst deliver the self, thou shouldst not depress and cast down the self, whether by self-indulgence or suppression. By the self thou shouldst deliver the self. Thou shouldst not depress and cast down the self, whether by self-indulgence or suppression. For the self is the friend of the self, and the self is the enemy. To the man in his self, a friend in whom the lower self has been conquered by the higher self, but to him who is not in possession of his higher self, the lower self is as if an enemy, and it acts as an enemy. When one has conquered oneself and attained to the calm of a perfect self-mastery and self-possession, then is the Supreme Self in a man bounded and poised, even in his outwardly conscious human being. Samhahita. Samhahita, in other words, to master the lower self by the higher, the natural self by the spiritual, is the way of man's perfection and liberation. We stop here and we can reflect on this, meditate on this. These are certainly very, very important principles and ideas of the Gita that are being presented here by Sri Aurobindo. Nigrima, Samyama, Atmanam, Navasaka. And all these are, important for practice and also for understanding. So he goes from tamas to the children of rajas, the idea of passion and desire, the difference between control and suppression and coercion, and various other important uh, ideas. The lower being, the natural being, and how one actually progressively educates the lower nature and the natural being to a progressive um, evolvement towards the higher, how one uses self-mastery, self-control, but does not suppress and neither indulge. And these are very subtle methods that Sri Aurobindo here is presenting. Any questions, comments, or reflections? Karthik, you put your hand up.
Yeah, you're able to hear me?
Yes.
I have two questions. So you spoke about performing action without desire and egoism, but let's say I am working in any corporate firm or anywhere, right? In any company, there the company is also there to make money and the employee is also there to make money. So in such a setting, is it even, especially in a capitalistic society, is it even possible to do actions without desire and egoism? That is one question. I mean, is it possible to convert your regular job as without desire into karma yoga? And second is, let's say your swadharma is something else, right? Let's say you know your swadharma and your swadharma is, let's say, to do philosophy, but there is no demand in that field. Then is it really practical to expect people to perform their swadharma?
Hmm. Would anyone like to reply or reflect on this? So let me just say a few things that the Gita says. One is that it does not expect you, if, as long as you think, Karthik, that you're working for money and you have this notion that you're doing this job to earn money only for yourself, and you don't have this bhava, this inner impulsion or aspiration to do karma yoga, as you said, and to learn to, and you don't want to do it, then of course you're stuck where you are. You're in a capital society, but there are people who are doing exactly your work in exactly the same situation that you're in a capitalist society where they are being forced to earn money because to survive, and they are in a corporation that is existing to make money on the face of it. But the secret impulse of nature is there, and that is quite different from the outer reality. They are there, they are doing what everybody outwardly is doing, like Arjuna is doing what everybody outwardly is doing. He's fighting a war. But in what way is he fighting that war? He's fighting that war through an inner dispossession of desire and anger and passion and inner consecration. So, as long as you are consecrating your work and you're offering yourself every day to a higher consciousness, a higher being, and you are aspiring to get out of the meshes of desire and the gunas and the and are aspiring to do karma yoga, that in itself will spiral a whole what should I say, mm, uh, chain of events and of consciousness in you, where you will begin to experience a different state while being in the same place, working with the same people, but you will not be disturbed. You will not be anxious. You will not be um, full of anxiety. So it doesn't matter what the world is doing. In fact, sometimes I also think we judge the world from our egoistic mind. The mental ego. There are two worlds, there are two realities. We only see the outer reality. I don't know whether these corporations they think they're there to make money. Are they actually there to make money? The divine doesn't think so. The divine is there enjoying his play, and he thinks that this something else is happening. And those who are in alignment with him will see it. Those who are stuck in the cog and in the wheel of everyday existence will be stuck in it. So I think it's a question of first understanding, where you want to be.
I also think he's pointing at Karthik is pointing at the very friction of yoga, which is there is, as you know, even Sri Aurobindo talks about this, which is if we were to withdraw in every way, we would also kill the person.
Mm.
Like and there's a friction as you're on this yogic path. There's a desire to withdraw and meditate and go sit in a cave, and yet I think Sri Aurobindo is very much pushing on that we have to act in the world. We have to be a part of this world and manifest this in whatever it is that we're called to do. And I think that this is a kind of at least for me, it's a pain that has been a part of all of my life, that friction. And in fact, I think that is the play of the Gita.
Absolutely. Wonderfully said. I think it answers Karthik's second question that, there's no place I want to do philosophy. That's my natural inclination. But this world doesn't seem to give me a space to do that. Well, the world, apparently your swadharma and the way the world is pushing you, you're not ready to do that. That's the way I would take it. And
You froze.
I
Okay.
think I disappeared for a moment.
Yeah. You're back.
Yes, yes. Good. So,
I have a thought
any other?
on this. Yeah,
Yes.
about what Karthik was saying, because we've all had to fight this battle and wend our way through the wilderness. Um, and I think there is a problem with desire and ambition. Do we want to do something? Why do we want to do it? But when we're in a situation where we're in, say, a corporate setting, there, if we can get ourselves to the point where we are seeking our own internal perfection and where we, in any given situation that we're in, if we seek to do what is right for the situation, what is right for the group, what is right for the company, um, and for the purpose of the company, then we can free ourselves from self-interest. And when we do that, I've noticed this in certain settings where other people have been involved, that if I can do that, then I can do the right thing. I can say the right things, and I desire to do that. It's not like that's something that is hard for me to do or a role I have to play. No, if I do that truthfully, honestly, then your position in the company and with respect to other people will naturally unfold. And you'll actually end up in a position where you'll be people will look to you for solutions to problems. And so the situation will actually be fruitful and be productive. That's a very difficult thing to do, and a lot of it depends on who you're with. Because if you're around a lot of ambitious people who they want to be supreme, it's not going to be quite such an easy fight. It's going to be a razor edge that you have to walk. But if you can really stick to it, that's a real feather in your cap.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I was working in the UN, again, it was many people who are trying to get ahead, people from all different governments. I was working in the UN development program. And I met this one woman who was very Christian and very religious. And she invited me to start a meditation group doing Christian meditation. I'm not Christian. I grew up in India. I grew up in this yoga. But I was like, yes, that sounds like fun. And all of a sudden, I found myself in a conference room with 10 people meditating, quiet meditation. And I think that these interesting opportunities do arise if you just stand in the space that you've been put in.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So at the end of page 217, the determinism of nature, the Gita paragraph starting, the Gita says indeed, all existences follow their nature, and what shall coercing it avail? Which seems, if we take it by itself, a hopelessly absolute assertion of the omnipotence of nature over the soul. Even the man of knowledge acts according to his own nature. And on this it founds the injunction to follow faithfully in our action the law of our nature. Better is one's own law of works, swadharma, though in itself faulty, than an alien law, well wrought out. Death in one's own law of being is better. Perilous is it to follow an alien law. This is important. Again, the whole idea of the law of graduality. So, what do you think here Sri Krishna is saying? That when he's saying death in one's own law of being is better, perilous is it to follow an alien law. Is it clear? What is Yes, to follow one's own swadharma, if your swadharma is of a kshatriya, of a vital being, and your swadharma is saying that this is why you have been called to duty and action. It is better to follow that than to follow a faulty and an alien swadharma, which is not your own, which is not natural to you. So, what is precisely meant by this swadharma? We have to wait to see until we get to the more elaborate disquisition in the closing chapters about Purusha and Prakriti and the Gunas. But certainly it does not mean that we are to follow any impulse, even though evil, because you think any impulse is your swadharma. Obviously, swadharma has a certain meaning. It doesn't mean any impulse. It means an impulse which we may call what we call our nature dictates to us. For between these two verses, the Gita throws in this further injunction. In the object of this or that sense, liking and disliking are set in ambush. Fall not into their power, for they are the besetters of the soul in its path. So, not to follow one's impulse, but to follow one's swadharma, which is beyond and above liking and disliking, and not to fall into their power, for they are the besetters of the soul. And immediately after this, in answer to Arjun's objection, who asks him, if there is no fault in following our nature, what are we then to say of that in us which drives a man to sin, as if by force, even against his own struggling will? The teacher replies that this is desire and its companion, wrath, children of Rajas, the second guna, the principle of passion. And this desire is the soul's great enemy and has to be slain. So, abstention from evil doing, it declares, to be the first condition for liberation. And always it enjoins self mastery, self control, samyama, control of the mind, control of the senses, and all the lower being. So here you can see that following one's own swadharma is not following one's own uh, one's own desires, one's own likes and dislikes, not being uh, you know uh, taken away by wrath and desire and anger and whatever it might be. But Swadharma is something much deeper than uh, likes, dislikes, or uh, all of this. It is something deeper than desire. It is something deeper. So that it will unfold. Okay. So and the main thing is the first. It says the first principle, the first thing of liberation is first condition for liberation is abstention from evil doing and self-mastery, self-control. So there is therefore a distinction to be made between what is essential in our nature, its native and inevitable action, which it avails not at all to repress, suppress, coerce, and what is accidental to it, its wanderings, confusions, perversions, over which we must certainly get control. So this distinction between what is essential in our nature, in the nature, and what is accidental. This is the distinction that Sri Krishna makes here, because he says uh, it does not mean that you follow any impulse, even though evil. And then it says, uh, it adds in between these two verses, and the object of this or that sense, liking and disliking, are set in ambush, fall not into their power. Okay, so this is the distinction between essentiality of one's nature and coming in touch with that, and what is accidental, which it avails not at all to. Okay, well, and what is accidental to it is wanderings, confusions, perversions, over which we must certainly get control. There is a distinction implied too between coercion and suppression, nigraha, and control with right use and right guidance, samyama. The former, which is the distinction implied between coercion and suppression, the former is a violence done to the nature by the will, which in the end depresses the natural powers of the being. Atmanam avasadhyat. The latter is the control of the lower by the higher self. So this is the difference between nigraha and samyama. So in nigraha, yeah, coercion is suppression, and control with right use and right guidance, which is samyama. This is the difference between nigraha and samyama. The Sanskrit words are better understood. And the former is a violence, and the latter is the control of the lower by the higher self, which successfully gives to those powers their right action and their maximum efficiency. Yoga karmashu poshanam. This nature of samyama is made very clear by the Gita in the opening of its sixth chapter. By the self thou shouldst deliver the self. Thou shouldst not depress and cast down the self, whether by self-indulgence or suppression. For the self is the friend of the self, and the self is the enemy. To the man is his self a friend in whom, the lower in brackets, to the man in his self is to the man is his self a friend in whom the self has not been conquered by the higher self. The lower self, yes, is in whom the lower self has been conquered by the higher self. So that man, to the man is his self a friend, that self, in whom the lower self has been conquered by the higher self. But to him who is not in possession of his higher self, the lower self is as if an enemy, and it acts as an enemy. So this is a very important distinction and important principle to understand. So this idea of that one should by suppression or by self-indulgence. Both suppression and self-indulgence both are to be avoided, and instead to the self, to the man is his self a friend in whom the lower self has been conquered by the higher self. But to him who is not in possession of his higher self, the lower self is as if an enemy, and it acts as an enemy. When one has conquered oneself, and this is the lower self, when one has conquered oneself and attained to the calm of a perfect self-mastery and self-possession, then is the supreme self in a man founded. So when is the supreme self founded? Because they keep saying, go into the higher self, live from the higher self. So how do we know that we are living in the higher self? The mark and the distinction and the signs are the calm of a perfect self-mastery and self-possession. Then is the Supreme Self in a man founded and poised even in his outwardly conscious human being. Samha, Samahita, in other words, to master the lower self by the higher self, the natural self by the spiritual, is the way of man's perfection and liberation. So this Samahita, this is uh, the method to conquer the lower self by the higher self, to master the lower self by the higher, the natural self by the spiritual self. The natural self by the spiritual is the way of man's perfection and liberation. Here then is a very great qualification of the determinism of nature, the precise limitation of its meaning and scope. How the passage from subjection to mastery, how the passage from subjection to mastery works out is best seen if we observe the working of the gunas in the scale of nature from the bottom to the top. At the bottom are the existences in which the principle of tamas is supreme. The beings who have not yet attained to the light of self-consciousness and are utterly driven by the current of nature. There is a will even in the atom, but we see clearly enough that it is not free will, because it is mechanical and the atom does not possess the will, but is possessed by it. But the atom is possessed by the will, it does not possess the will. So it is a mechanical will. There is a will even in the atom, but we see clearly enough that it is not free will, because it is mechanical and the atom does not possess the will, but is possessed by it. Here the buddhi, the element of intelligence and will in Prakriti, is actually and plainly what the Sankhya asserts it to be, Jada, a mechanical, even an inconscient principle, in which the light of the conscious soul has not at all struggled to the surface. The atom is not conscious of an intelligent will. Tamas, the inert and ignorant principle, has its grip on it, contains rajas, conceals sattva within itself, and holds a high holiday of mastery. Nature compelling this form of existence to act with a stupendous force indeed. So it is nature that is compelling this form of existence of the atom, or of the of which is anything that is jada, that is, doesn't have the principle of buddhi in it, and like the atom, and therefore it is nature that um, yes, tamas, the inert and ignorant principle, has its grip on it, contains rajas, conceals sattva within it itself, and holds a high holiday of mastery. So, what does this mean, holds a high holiday of mastery? Anuradha?
There is no mastery.
Exactly. So, nature compelling this form of existence to act with a stupendous force indeed, but as a mechanical instrument, yantara, yantara, yantararudham, mayaya, mayaya. Next in the plant, now, okay, so this is how it acts, how this self is in the atom, in the stone, in inconscient matter. It's mechanical, it has contained some form of rajas, but it completely conceals sattva, and it is nature that is compelling this form of existence to act with a stupendous force. Next, there's a principle, the plant, which is the next life form. Next in the plant, the principle of rajas has struggled to the surface with its power of life, with its capacity of the nervous reactions which in us are recognizable as pleasure and suffering. But sattva is quite involved, has not yet emerged to awaken the light of a conscious, intelligent will. All is still mechanical, subconscious or half-conscious. Tamas stronger than Rajas, both jailers of the imprisoned sattva. So this is what it's saying is it's explaining how, the levels, the three gunas, and how nature, how it is, how nature defines them, and what is it their working principles. So at the bottom are the existences in the principle of tamas. Then it goes to rajas. So this is the great qualification of the determinism of nature. To understand the determinism of nature, one needs to understand how the principles of the three gunas works in nature and how it manifests and how in the lowest form both are concealed. In the plant, the rajas comes forward, but the sattva is concealed. And then in the animal, though tamas is still strong, though we may still describe him as belonging to the tamasic creation, tamasa sarga, yet rajas prevails much more against tamas, brings with it its developed power of life, the developed power of life, desire, emotion, passion, pleasure, suffering, while sattva, emerging but still dependent on the lower action, contributes to these the first light of the conscious mind, the mechanical sense of ego, conscious memory, a certain kind of thought, a certain kind of thought, conscious memory. See how elephants and horses and dogs, so how different they are to plants. So obviously it's suggesting that plants do not have a conscious memory. They may have a different kind of memory, sensory memory. So the mechanical sense of ego, conscious memory, a certain kind of thought, especially the wonders of instinct and animal intuition. While sattva emerging, but still dependent on the lower action, contributes to these the first light of the conscious mind. So contribution, conscious memory, a certain kind of thought, especially the wonders of instinct and animal intuition. But as yet, the buddhi, the intelligent will, has not developed the full light of consciousness. Therefore, no responsibility can be attributed to the animal for its actions. As the buddhi has not developed its full light of consciousness, therefore no responsibility can be attributed to the animal for its actions. The tiger can be no more blamed for killing and devouring than the atom for its blind movements, the fire for burning and consuming, or the storm for its destructions. If it could answer the question, the tiger would indeed say, like a man, that it had free will, it would have the egoism of the doer. It would say, I kill, I devour. But we can see clearly enough that it is not really the tiger, but nature in the tiger that kills. It is nature in the tiger that devours. And if it refrains from killing or devouring, it is from satiety, from fear, or from indolence, from another principle of nature in it, from the action of the guna called tamas. As it was nature in the animal that killed, so it is nature in the animal that refrained from killing. Whatever soul is in it sanctions passively the action of nature. So whatever soul is in it sanctions passively the action of nature, is as much passive in its passion and activity as in its indolence or inaction. The animal, like the atom, acts according to the mechanism of its nature. So the animal, like the atom, both act according to the mechanism of its nature and not otherwise. Sadhrashyam. Now you can say, oh, Anuradha, why don't you read out? Practice your Sanskrit here.
सदृशं
Hmm.
चित्यते स्वस्याः प्रकृतेः.
Okay. As if mounted on a machine. Again, sorry? Your voice was not heard. Okay. As if mounted on a machine. Yantra ruddho mayaya. Well, but in man, at least, there is another action, a free soul. Now, we've come from the atom to plants to the animal, and the principles that dominate each, which the gunas that dominate each, scale of being or consciousness has been described. Now he goes to man. Well, but in man, at least, there is another action, a free soul, a free will, a sense of responsibility, a real doer other than nature, other than the mechanism of Maya. So it seems, because in man there is a conscious, intelligent will, buddhi, is full of the light of the observing Purusha, who through it seems, observes, understands, approves or disapproves, gives or withholds the sanction, seems indeed at last to begin to be the lord of his nature. Man is not like the tiger or the fire or the storm. He cannot kill and say as a sufficient justification, I am acting according to my nature. And he cannot do it because he has not the nature and not therefore the law of action, swadharma of the tiger, storm, or fire. So, unlike the tiger, storm, or fire that could say that I'm acting according to my nature, man cannot say it because he does not have the same nature, the same gunas and principle of gunas that are prevalent actively in the tiger and the fire and the storm. And he therefore cannot say, I am acting according to my nature. He has a conscious, intelligent will, a buddhi, and to that he must refer his actions. If he does not do so, if he acts blindly according to his impulses and passions, then the law of his being is not rightly worked out. Swadharmaha su anushtitha. So here it is the difference between swadharma and which is following one's nature. What now? Earlier he said one has to follow one's swadharma. Now he's this beautiful distinction and explanation of what is swadharma. Swadharma is the guna to which one uh, is the highest in us. So while the swadharma of the atom is different to the swadharma of the plant, and both work according to their own swadharma, and the swadharma of the tiger is rajas, and when it does not kill it, it is normally out of satiety or tamas or indolence. The swadharma of man is buddhi, the intelligent will, and if he does not act according to his highest intelligent will, then he is not following his swadharma. Okay, so if he does not do so, if he okay, if he does not do so, he acts blindly according to his impulses and passions, then the law of his being is not right. Anushtitha. He has not acted according to the full measure of his humanity. He has not acted according to the full measure of his humanity. That is the important line. But even as might the animal, that means he's gone down into the swadharma of the animal, and not according to his own swadharma. So, but even as might the animal, it is true that the principle of rajas or the principle of tamas gets hold of his buddhi. It is true that these principles of rajas and tamas do get hold of the buddhi of man and of humanity and of all of us, gets hold of his buddhi and induces it to justify any and every action he commits or any avoidance of action. But still, the justification or at least the reference to the buddhi must be there either before or after the action is committed, not during when the action is committed. So while man tends to justify because of the principle of rajas and tamas, which coexist in him also, and he says that I did this because of this reason and because of that, yet he only can do that justification either before killing someone, that this is the reason I'm going to kill him because he's done this to my family or to me or whatever, or after he's killed and said, see, I did this because of this. This is just one example. But there's so many other actions we commit we before and after, and we justify ourselves. And we're not acting to the highest level of our buddhi. What are other actions more commonly
I mean,
that we do that?
I think
Yes?
the meaning also to this sentence.
Sorry?
I'm reading another meaning to this sentence.
Please go ahead.
So it is that while he is taken over by tamas or rajas during the action, but because he has buddhi, what is being said that at least before or after, he must refer to that and must reflect on it and must refer to this buddhi, not for justification, but for seeing through the justification.
Yes, but he doesn't. It's also saying he doesn't do that. He justifies his action.
Yeah, so he justifies, but that's what is being said that okay, tamas and rajas get hold of him, so
Hmm.
during it might be difficult, but because he has this principle of sattva in him, then it is incumbent on him that he reflects on it before or after instead of justifying. That is what I understand.
Right, that may come later. At this point, from what I'm reading, he has not acted according to the full measure of his humanity, but even as Maidyan. It is true that the principle of Rajas or the principle of Tamas gets hold of his buddhi and induces it to justify any and every action he commits. Induces it to justify any action he commits or any avoidance of action. But still, the justification, or at least the reference to the buddhi, must be there either before or after the action is committed. So, but still, the justification, or at least the reference to the buddhi, must be there. This reference to the buddhi, even to justify, one has to use the mind, the buddhi. So this reference to the buddhi must be there either before or after. So what, let me come back to my question. What is, besides the killing, here he's giving the example of a man, of somebody wanting to kill somebody and then justifying his action either before killing or after killing through his buddhi. Okay. My question is, give me other examples of self-justification that we do either. So give me an example. All the time, yes, I know. So that we don't think, oh, this is only when we kill somebody. We never kill anybody. So we are not part of this. We don't understand how this works. Yeah. Huh? Hmm. Hmm. Right. So the principle of rajas takes over you. So you get angry with that person, and then you justify your anger by saying that the person didn't do his job or he did not do and was negligent. So, yes. Hmm. Okay. Oh, even food. Yeah, the principle of rajas in food. What else? Any others? Common everyday things of self-justification. Tamas, yeah?
No, when you don't get anything, just say, oh, it's not that body needs it. We justify whatever doing it. Whatever something, no, like that is this.
Hmm.
So, people do it. I doesn't it's very easy.
Yeah, that was earlier up there. So, okay. Any others from our online audience? Offline is giving lots of examples. Yes, it's clear, I suppose. No? Because now that it's why I'm saying this is because it's a justification of using one's buddhi when you are doing something which is not in congruence to your highest uh, self, which is the sattvic nature in you. Here, the intelligent will. Okay. All right. Then let's continue. I think it's clear. Um, It is true that the principle of rajas or the principle of tamas gets hold of his buddhi and induces it to justify any and every action he commits or any avoidance of actions. But still, the justification, or at least the reference to the buddhi, must be there either before or after the action is committed. And besides, in man, sattva is awake and acts not only as intelligence and intelligent will, but as a seeking for light, for right knowledge, and right action according to that knowledge, as a sympathetic perception of the existence and claims of others, as an attempt to know the higher law of his own nature, which the sattvic principle in him creates, and to obey it. So these are all sattvic uh, movements that are created in us. So this, whenever these are there, we know we are responding to our sattvic nature. Basically, what it's asking us to do is to be more self-reflective, more self-observant, and identify when we are acting, when we are which part of our guna is coming in front, and which part of our guna are we acting from. That discrimination and observation can help us to to avoid acting from the rajaguna and step into the sattva, if not to the higher self. That is the next step. So, um, and besides in man, sattva is awake and acts not only as intelligence and intelligent will, but as a seeking for light, for right knowledge and right action, according to that knowledge, as a sympathetic perception of the existence and claims of others, as an attempt to know the higher law of his own nature, which the sattvic principle in him creates, and to obey it, and as a conception of the greater peace and happiness which virtue, knowledge, and sympathy bring in their train. He knows more or less imperfectly that he has to govern his rajasic and tamasic by his sattvic nature. So he knows more or less that he has to govern his rajasic and tamasic parts by his sattvic nature, and that thither tends the perfection of his normal humanity. And that is thither tends the perfection of his normal humanity. But so the perfection of normal humanity is when one is acting from sattva. But and there it's written above what are the different principles of sattva? How does sattva act? But is the condition of the predominantly sattvic nature freedom? But is the condition of the predominantly sattvic nature freedom? And is this will in man a free will? That the Gita, from the standpoint of a higher consciousness, in which alone is true, freedom denies. So the Gita says no. The condition of the predominantly sattvic nature is not freedom. And is this will in man a free will? That the Gita, from the standpoint of a higher consciousness, in which alone is true freedom denies. The buddhi or conscious, intelligent will is still an instrument of nature. Yes? And when it acts, even in the most
We
the
can't hear
sattva,
you. Okay.
oh,
For the last
can you
20
hear me now?
seconds or so, we couldn't hear you. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay. So here we were talking about the principle of sattva. Principle of sattva, the Gita says, is still an instrument of nature, which means that it is governed by prakriti. The sattvic principle, the nature of the buddhi of in conscious intelligent will, which we call which acts, and the soul which is carried on the wheel by Maya. It's still Maya. Yes, Jayashree? Any comment there?
Actually, you again cut out the most important part, so we were smiling
I
that.
think the thing is a bit well this.
Yeah, I don't know why it's cutting off.
Internet connection
Yes.
is stable.
Is poor?
Yeah, so you keep getting your voice keep disappearing in between.
Oh
Yeah.
dear God. Hmm. Do something. Okay. Right. So let's see. Let's end by this paragraph and hopefully it'll carry on till then. The buddhi or conscious intelligent will is still an instrument of nature, and when it acts, even in the most sattvic sense, it is still nature which acts, and the soul which is carried on the wheel by Maya. At any rate, at least 9/10 of our freedom of will is a palpable fiction. 9/10 of our freedom of will is a palpable fiction. Okay, so we don't have freedom of will. That's what it's saying. That will is created and determined not by its own self existent action at a given moment, but by our past. Why is this 9/10 fiction, a palpable fiction, our will? Because this will that is created which and determined is created and determined by our past, our hereditary, our training, our environment, the whole tremendous complex thing we call karma, which is, sorry? Yeah, atavisms, the whole tremendous thing, complex thing we call karma. Our past, hereditary, training, environment, atavisms, which is behind us, the whole past action of nature on us and the world converging in the individual, determining what he is, determining what his will shall be at a given moment, and determining as far as analysis can see, even its action at that moment. The ego associates itself always with its karma. So the ego associates itself always with its karma. And it says, I did, I will, and I suffer. But if it looks at itself and sees how it was made, this I, it is obliged to say of man, as of the animal, nature did this in me, nature wills in me, and if it qualifies by saying my nature, that only means nature as self determined in this individual being, in this individual creature. So my nature is only my nature as determined by my past, my heredity, my environment, my world, my experiences, my atavisms. And that is what it calls my nature. I did, I will, I suffer, so on. So, and if it qualifies by saying my nature, that only means nature as self-determined in this individual creature. It was the strong perception of this aspect of existence which compelled the Buddhists to declare that all is karma. Strong perception of this aspect of existence, that everything is determined by one's karmic, by one's karma, by what one has been, what all the tendencies one has allowed into one's being due to environment, due to hereditary, due to the world, due to so many other factors. And that is what made the Buddhists say this, that there is, compel the Buddhists to declare that all is karma and there is no self in existence. You know, the Buddhists, they don't believe in the self. There is no self in existence. The self is outside of existence. That's why you need nirvana. For the Buddhists, you have to go in outside of life and death and birth. So that is why they said there is no self in existence, because everything is determined by karma. That the idea of self is only a delusion of the ego mind. This is the Buddhist view. So this idea of self is only a delusion of the ego mind. When the ego thinks, I choose and will this virtuous and not that evil action, it is simply associating itself somewhat like the fly on the wheel, or rather as might a cog or other part of a mechanism, if it were conscious, with a predominant wave or a formed current of the sattvic principle by which nature chooses, through the buddhi, one type of action in preference to another. Nature forms itself in us and wills in us. So, in the end, it is nature who forms itself. As long as we are in the sattvic principle, and sattvic guna, nature forms. In the end, it is nature who forms itself in us and wills in us. The Sankhya would say, the pleasure of the inactive observing Purusha. So, here it's a wonderful explanation of Swadharma, of free will, of the gunas of man, and how when we say I, what are we governed with? Either we're governed with the Rajaguna or the Tamaguna or the Sattva guna. And even if it is the highest guna that one is uh, identified with, and that current is what one is allowing to flow with and associate itself with, it is still the karma and nature and prakriti that is the doer and not oneself. And if there are any questions or any comments or further elaborations, please go ahead. Is the voice still bad? No.
In between.
Mm. Is it clear, these principles that we read? Are there any confusions or questions? Okay. Everyone silence. Silence of total understanding or silence of total confusion. Hands up and down.
It's pretty clear, Amita.
I know.
It
So
is
I
clear.
guess
Right. So
Yeah.
this is called so what is beyond mind, body, and intellect is known as the soul vritti. The characteristics of soul, whatever it is learning, it's not that what you are teaching. It want to learn from its own. The vritti means the outer word, and the soul vritti is the inner word. The soul vritti tries to learn and forms its own perspective. So this is what it is meant to say in this article.
okay. So we can end here today. Yeah, 1 minute of concentration. So maybe for this week we can all do a simple exercise. We can try and identify and become conscious of guna is predominant in us, and just observe without judgment. Just note without uh, any kind of coercion or judgment. Just observe, and also ask ourselves who is acting. Are we? The ego is attaching itself to what? Is it nature or is it the self? A very good day, evening, morning. We start on page 220. Essays on the Gita, the Determinism of Nature, chapter 21, page 220, paragraph starting with well, but in man at least there is another action. A free soul, a free will, a sense of responsibility, a real doer other than nature, other than the mechanism of Maya. So it seems, because in man there is a conscious, intelligent will. Buddhi is full of the light of the observing Purusha, who through it seems, observes, understands, approves or disapproves, gives or withholds the sanction. Seems indeed at last to begin to be the lord of his nature. So, the last paragraph was about how the difference between man and animal and nature, and how the tiger and all living beings act according to their own nature. However, it says in man there seems to be another action, a free soul, a free will, a sense of responsibility. Or so it seems, because there is a conscious, intelligent will or buddhi. And this buddhi is full of the light of the observing Purusha. The Purusha observes through the buddhi and understands, approves or disapproves, gives or withholds the sanction, seems indeed at last to begin to be the lord of his nature. Man is not like the tiger or the fire or the storm. He cannot kill and say as a sufficient justification, I am acting according to my nature, according to my prakriti. Man cannot do that. A tiger will follow his own nature, his own prakriti, and is bound by it, unlike man, who seems to have a free soul, a free will, and a sense of responsibility. So he cannot say, I'm acting according to my nature. And he cannot do it because he has not the nature and not therefore the law of action, swadharma, of the tiger, storm, or fire. As he doesn't have the nature of the tiger, storm, or fire, he cannot behave and give that as a sufficient justification to kill. He has a conscious, intelligent will, a buddhi, and to that he must refer his actions. If he does not do so, if he acts blindly according to his impulses and passions, then the law of his being is not rightly worked out. So if man does not, if he acts blindly according to his impulses and passions, rajas and tamas, then the law of his being is not rightly worked out. Swadharma su anushtatitha. He has not acted according to the full measure of his humanity, but even as might the animal. It is true that the principle of rajas or the principle of tamas gets hold of his buddhi. This is important because you see, this particular chapter tells us not only the each of the gunas is, but their action on us. How does tamas act? What are its properties? What are its qualities? What are the qualities and how does rajas act? And how does tattva act? Then the buddhi, and then it compares. But most importantly, it explains to us how we can, first of all, how we are determined by the lower prakriti and the three gunas, and then how we can come out of it. So, it is true that the principle of rajas or the principle of tamas gets hold of his buddhi and induces it to justify any and every action he commits or any avoidance of action. But still, the justification, or at least the reference to the buddhi, okay. Um, but still, the justification, or at least the reference to the buddhi, must be there either before or after the action is committed. And besides, in man, sattva is awake and acts not only as intelligence and intelligent will, but as a seeking for light, for right knowledge and right action according to that knowledge, as a sympathetic perception of the existence and claims of others, as an attempt to know the higher law of his own nature, which the sattvic principle in him creates, and to obey it, and as a conception of the greater peace and happiness which virtue, knowledge, and sympathy bring in their train. He knows more or less imperfectly that he has to govern his rajasic and tamasic by his sattvic nature, and that thither tends the perfection of his normal humanity. So that firstly the perfection of his normal humanity is driven when or is governed by the sattvic nature in him. So when he is able to more and more govern his rajasic and tamasic nature by the sattvic nature in him and refer to that the intelligent buddhi, the seeking for light, the seeking for right knowledge, the seeking for right action, and a sympathetic perception of the existence and claims of others, then he is attempting towards the perfection of his normal humanity. But is the condition of this is the question, but is the condition of the predominantly sattvic nature freedom? And is this will in man a free will? So, this is a very important question. Does the predominantly sattvic nature bring freedom? And is this will in man a free will? That the Gita, from the standpoint of a higher consciousness, in which alone is true freedom, denies. So there it is, very clearly. The sattvic nature cannot bring freedom, and and that the Gita, from the standpoint of a higher consciousness, in which alone is true freedom, denies. The buddhi, or conscious, intelligent will, is still an instrument of nature. And when it acts, even in the most sattvic sense, it is still nature which acts, and the soul which is carried on the wheel by Maya. So, this is an important distinction and important uh, aspect, because one tends otherwise to think that when one is in the sattvic consciousness, one can rise above normal humanity, rise above and be totally free and have a complete free will and freedom. However, Here, the Gita very clearly explains that the buddhi, or the intelligent will, is still an instrument of nature. And when it acts even in the most sattvic sense, it is still nature which acts, and the soul which is carried on the wheel by mind. At any rate, at least 9/10 of our freedom of will is a palpable fiction. So, what we consider freedom of will, 9/10 of it is a palpable fiction. That will is created and determined not by its own self existent action at a given moment, but by our past. So, this so called free will that we think we are acting from and that we have the choice, that will is actually created and determined not by its own self existent action, but by our past, our heredity, our training, our environment, the whole tremendous complex thing we call karma, which is behind us. The whole past action of nature on us and the world converging in the individual. So, this is what really determines 9/10 of our free will. What determines it? Our heredity, training, environment, this whole complex thing which we called karma, which is the whole past action of nature on us and the world, converging in the individual, determining what he is, determining what his will shall be at a given moment, and determining, as far as analysis can see, even its action at that moment. The ego associates itself always with its karma. And it says, I did, and I will, and I suffer. So, what is the nature of the ego? It associates itself with its karma. Karma is its past actions, hereditary environment, the whole action of the world and nature and the past on the individual. So that karma is what attaches itself to the ego. The ego attaches itself to its karma and it says, I did, I will, and I suffer. But it looks at itself and sees how it was made. It is obliged to say of man, as of animal, nature did this in me. Nature wills in me. And if it qualifies by saying, my nature, that only means nature as self determined in this individual creature. It was the strong perception of this aspect of existence which compelled the Buddhists to declare that all is karma and that there is no self in existence. So it was this strong perception of this aspect of existence. Which aspect of existence? That our whole so called free will is determined by our karma, and that our ego attaches itself to this karma and says, I did, I will, I suffer, while in fact, it is nature that does, wills and suffers and does. And it is this if it qualifies by saying my nature, that only means nature is self determined in this individual creature. It was this strong perception of this aspect of existence which compelled the Buddhists to declare that all is karma and that there is no free will at all and that there is no self in existence and therefore there is no self. That the idea of self is only a delusion of the ego mind. When the ego thinks, I choose and will this virtuous and not that evil action, it is simply associating itself somewhat like the fly on the wheel, or rather, as might a cog or other part of a mechanism if it were conscious. With a predominant wave or a formed current of the sattvic principle by which nature chooses through the buddhi one type of action in preference to another. Nature forms itself in us and wills in us. So nature or Prakriti forms itself in us and wills in us. The Sankhya would say, for the pleasure of the inactive observing Purusha. So the Buddhists say because of this strong perception that of this aspect that it is karma through the ego that acts, it is nature through the ego that acts. That's why when the ego thinks I choose and I will, it is actually it's just simply associating itself, like the fly on the wheel, a cog. It is associating itself with a predominant wave or a formed current of the sattvic principle by which nature chooses through the buddhi one type of action in preference to another. Nature forms itself in us and wills in us, and the Sankhyas would say, for the pleasure of the inactive observing Purusha. But even if this extreme statement has to be qualified, and we shall see hereafter in what sense, still, the freedom of our individual will, if we choose to give it that name, is very relative and almost infinitesimal. So, even if this extreme statement has to be qualified, still the freedom of our individual's will is very relative and almost infinitesimal. So, much is it mixed up with other determining elements. So, this freedom of our individual will is relative and almost infinitesimal because it is mixed up with so many other determining elements. Its strongest power does not amount to mastery. Even its strongest power does not amount to mastery. It cannot be relied upon to resist the strong wave of circumstance. So, this individual will cannot be relied upon to resist the strong wave of circumstance or of other nature, which either overbears or modifies or mixes up with it, or at the best, subtly deceives and circumvents it. Even the most sattvic will is so overborne or mixed up with or circumvented by the rajasic and tamasic gunas as to be only in part sattvic. Even the most sattvic will, the most purified, sattvic, refined will is mixed up, is overborne, mixed up, or circumvented by the rajasic and tamasic gunas as to be only in part sattvic, and thence arises that sufficiently strong element of self-deception. What is the self-deception? Of a quite involuntary and even innocent make-believe and hiding from oneself, which the merciless eye of the psychologist detects even in the best human action. So this strong element of self-deception, which is involuntary, even innocent make-believe, hides from oneself its own motives, and which the merciless eye of the psychologist detects even in the best human action. So even our best, most sattvic human action is tinged, is colored by this self-deception, this ability to deceive oneself. And why? Because of the intermixture of the rajasic and tamasic gunas in the sattvic guna. When we think that we are acting quite freely, Bars are concealed behind our action, which escape the most careful self-introspection. When we think that we are free from ego, the ego is there, concealed in the mind of the saint as in that of the sinner. When our eyes are really opened on our action and its springs, we are obliged to say with the Gita, Guna Guneshvu Vartante. It was the modes of nature that were acting upon the modes. So it was the modes of nature that were acting upon the modes. Now, this is, of course, very important to understand because this tendency to take the sattvic guna as a pure, sort of almost egoless action or so on is not actually true when one goes deeper and one begins to self-introspect. Because it is not free from the ego. The ego is there. It is concealed in the mind of the saint, as in that of the sinner. In fact, at one place, I remember Mother had said that it's far more difficult to remove the ego from the saint than it is from the sinner. Because the sinner has a sense of its own sin, while the saint thinks that it's so pure and above everything, that its sense of self-introspection is somewhat veiled, So she said it's easier for those that have a sense of one's own frailty to reach the divine than it is for those who think they're perfect. And that is the sattvic ego. So the sattvic ego is a very, very pernicious, very dangerous ego. Of all egos, it is the most dangerous. So that's what he's trying to say here. When we think that we are acting quite freely, bars are concealed behind our action, which escape the most careful self-introspection. When we think we are free from ego, the ego is there, concealed in the mind of the saint as in that of the sinner. When our eyes are really opened on our action and its springs, we are obliged to say with the Gita, Guna Guneshvu Vartante. It was the modes of nature that were acting upon the modes. For this reason, even a high predominance of the sattvic principle does not constitute freedom. Freedom from what? From the ego? From the lower gunas? Sorry, Yashri, I can't hear you.
From the lower nature.
The lower nature. So, which are the gunas? The three: the mind, the vital, the mind, and so on. So, all of that are, what we normally say is the nature. So, for this reason, even a high predominance of the sattvic principle does not constitute freedom. For as the Gita points out, the sattva binds as much as the other gunas. So the sattva binds as much as the other gunas and binds just in the same way by desire, by ego, a nobler desire, a purer ego, no doubt. But so long as in any form these two hold the being, desire and ego, there is no freedom. So as long as these two hold the being, as long as we are still in the clasp of desire and ego, there is no real freedom. There is no freedom. So the man of virtue, of knowledge, has his ego of the virtuous man. The man of virtue of knowledge has his ego of the virtuous man, his ego of knowledge, and it is that sattvic ego which he seeks to satisfy. For his own sake, he seeks virtue and knowledge. For his own sake, he seeks virtue and knowledge. Only when we cease to satisfy the ego, to think and to will from the ego, only when we cease to satisfy the ego, even the sattvic ego, which actually, when you look deep, is gaining its reason for gaining knowledge is to, and virtuosity, it is to satisfy itself. For its own sake, it gains it. For its own self aggrandizement, for its own self purpose, it gains it. Therefore, it says, but so long as in any form these two hold the being, there is no freedom. The man of virtue, of knowledge, has his ego of the virtuous man, his ego of knowledge. And it is that sattvic ego which he seeks to satisfy. For his own sake, he seeks virtue and knowledge. Only when we cease to satisfy the ego, to think and to will from the ego, the limited I in us, then is there a real freedom. So we come back to the most important part of the Gita, which is what Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, which none of the other Pandavas is able to do. You see Yudhishthira is a pure form of the sattvic, perfect, virtuous, but he's unable to surrender himself to Sri Krishna. Give himself completely, only act according to the divine will, not from the ego, not from what I want, even if it is the highest form of knowledge or the highest form of virtue or the highest form of of uh, accomplishment. It is still for myself somewhere. However, what Arjun is able to do and what Sri Krishna leads him towards is to surrender, to keep calling him, not to be so self-referenced, but to say, let thy will be done. Let me act according to what you want me to act, whether I understand it or not, whether it helps me or not, whether whether I die or I live or I suffer or whatever happens to me. So this is very, very important. Only when we cease to satisfy the ego, to think and to will from the ego. Now, this sense at every moment of our life of wanting to give ourselves to the divine and to constantly refer every single action and every single thought and every single will and every single breath to the divine is what this yoga is taking us towards. And that is when one is able to get out of the sattvic ego or the sattva. And then one is able to do what the divine wills. So only when this determinism of nature is slowly leading us towards that. Only when we cease to satisfy the ego, think and to will from the ego, the limited I in us, cease to satisfy, then is there a real freedom. In other words, freedom, highest self-mastery, begin when above the natural self we see and hold the Supreme Self. So when does self-mastery begin? When above the natural self, our nature, natural self, even though it's the highest natural self in us, the sattvic self, we see and hold the Supreme Self, of which the ego is an obstructing veil and a blinding shadow. So again, the law of graduality. First of all, understanding what are the gunas, how does the gunas act in us, how are we acting, which guna is predominant in us, are we acting more from sattva or from rajas or from tamas or a mixture, but yet seeing that all the gunas are mixed up. And even when we are in the highest sattvic guna, which is very important to go towards for purification, yet still to be aware that that too is imbued with the ego. And then the next step, so it takes you away and out of the gunas. So, and how to do that, this is the explanation. So only when we cease to satisfy the ego, to think and to will from the ego, the limited I in us, then is there a real freedom. In other words, freedom highest self-mastery begin when above the natural self we see and hold the Supreme Self, of which the ego is an obstructing veil and a blinding shadow. And that can only be when we see the one self in us seated above nature and make our individual being one with it in being and consciousness and in its individual nature of action, only an instrument of a supreme will, the one will that is really free. So, the one will that is really free, which is the supreme will, only when we are able to make our individual nature of action only an instrument of that will, then can we rise above the natural self, which is the natural self of the gunas, and hold the supreme self, of which the ego is an obstructing veil and a blinding shadow. And that can only be when we see the one self in us, seated above nature, above the three gunas, and make our individual being one with it in being and consciousness and in its individual nature of action, only an instrument of a supreme will, the one will that is really free. For that, we must rise above. For that, we must rise above the three gunas. For that, we must rise high above the three gunas. Become three guna tita. For that self is beyond even the sattvic principle. So for that, we have to rise above the three gunas, and we have to, and for that self that is seated above the natural nature and being, is above the three gunas and is even beyond the sattvic principle. We have to climb to it through the sattva, but we need to climb through it through the sattva. But we attain to it only when we get beyond sattva. So climbing to it is through the sattva. Attaining it is beyond sattva. We reach out to it from the ego. We reach out to it from the ego, but only reaching it by leaving the ego. We reach out to it from the ego, but we only can reach it by leaving the ego. We are drawn towards it by the highest, most passionate, most stupendous, and ecstatic of all desires. So we are drawn towards it by the highest, most passionate, most stupendous, and ecstatic of all desires. But we can securely live in it only when all desire drops away from us. The desire is the helper, desire is the bound. So we are able to live securely in it only when all desire drops away from us. But desire helps us, but the highest to come towards it, to go towards it. We have at a certain stage to liberate ourselves even from the desire of our liberation. Wonderful words. We have at a certain stage to liberate ourselves even from the desire of our liberation. And there ends the chapter, the determinism of nature. And the next chapter, 22, is beyond the modes of nature, beyond the three gunas. That's a wonderful, wonderful. This is such wonderful knowledge. So, any questions or thoughts or ideas? Anyone wants to share?
I have a question. How do we know we've liberated ourselves?
How do we know? Well, who would like to answer that?
I remember in one of the questions and answers, somebody asks Mother this question. And I can't remember what exactly she says, but she basically says that if you're asking this question, it hasn't happened. And you'll know when it does. But of course, that isn't giving much information.
Yes, and she said, well, exactly. So, how does one know? One knows because one feels it. One is in a completely different consciousness. One feels it. And, it's something that one cannot actually uh, completely sort of say it's this. But if you're sincere, you know. And as long as we don't know, we are not there. That's what the mother said. That if you don't, if the question is still there, we have a long way to go towards it, in which all of us do. But when we have reached there, in fact, when we go closer and closer to it, we have that knowledge that something is happening. Any other questions?
It seems a little bit like a catch-22. In some sense, we do these things like meditation, like I go to the Matra Mandir when I'm in Auroville. We do these things to connect with the divine. Yes? In some way, we attach external attributes to how we connect to the divine. And even like when mother was in her body, there were people who were, alcoholics or very quirky, and she loved them so much. And when we attribute external, like, oh, this person goes to the samadhi a lot, they must be closer somehow. In some sense, we in our own aspiration to connect with the divine, we confuse external attributes with internal state. And and the more we try and do these things, we can get confused. I mean, I'm reiterating what they're saying, but we can literally get confused about what state we're in. I don't eat meat anymore. I don't do this, so I must be closer. But really, he's saying, like, it has nothing to do with the outside, right?
Yes, it doesn't. But yet, of course, the Gita is also saying that there is a progression. So you are, that one tamas, if you're into inaction, is the lowest guna, then graduating to rajas, which is a more difficult and a more is a higher guna than tamas, but is a very, very, it's full of desires, full of passions and so on. And that's where you have, things like alcoholism and meat eating and hedonistic lives and so on. Then the sattvic is when naturally the purification is taking place. But then the problem is the ego, the sattvic ego, which considers itself more superior and more accomplished or more realized than others. And then, of course, we poor mortals that are watching other people are totally confused, and we think that the same is obviously has lost all ego, and we look at them and we are deluded. So in a sense, I think it's a very, very internal state. I think we need to really have that discrimination that grows from the psychic knowledge and the psychic presence that develops through obviously the whole um, progression towards a higher consciousness and a higher aspiration.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying also is that in Oroville, especially, you will meet people who don't fit the external attributes. And some of them, or on this path, some of them have such beauty and wisdom and clarity and devotion when you just be in their presence and stop evaluate. Like, I can't evaluate what state someone else is in, is kind of what I'm saying, based on these things.
Yeah, but that's a very basic, I think, spiritual principle, is to reach a point where you stop judging others based on their external attributes, because you don't know what's happening inside them. So you really can't judge people based on anything, frankly.
Yes, I think the further one goes, the more one realizes that one really doesn't know much. So, and especially about other people. So, and then we are very quick to judge other people. It's a normal thing. So here we go. Karthik, you had your hand up. So,
Yeah. You're able to hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Yeah. So, since the topic of alcoholism and all of that was brought up, I was just thinking. Yesterday, I was just reading the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, and in that he says, for a sapling, right? A sapling needs to be fenced around in its initial stages, but once it grows into a tree, then no fencing is needed. So why the question is, don't you think in the initial stages, whatever religions have done, right? No alcoholism, no meat eating, whatever. Don't you think that is at least necessary in the initial stages, as most of us are since most of us are at the initial stages? Don't you think such rules are necessary for most of us?
What do you think?
I definitely do.
You're not an alcoholic, neither are you a meat eater.
Sorry.
So you're not an alcoholic, neither are you a meat eater.
No. I am neither alcoholic nor meat eater, but then I do have my own. There is lust and there is anger and all these things. Definitely. Okay. It's not, I mean, but myself apart, so don't you think in the initial stages at least, so for example, lust and all the different kinds of things, right? Some amount of withdrawal from for some time at least, don't you think that is necessary? Because in the previous chapter, I think you have mentioned that the true sadhana is where you actually stay in the world and you do, but then you continue, but then without me withdrawing for some time at least, don't you think it becomes very difficult, and it's like the sapling being continuously eaten up by cows and deers in the wild?
Cows and what?
uh,
Deers.
deer basically, yeah, basically animals, right? A sapling, as you know, right, sapling gets destroyed, right? But unless it is a tree, once it is a tree, that it cannot be destroyed. But yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah, I think it's a very individual thing. For some people, this is important and necessary. Rules, regulations, outer restrictions, and I think that's fine. And for others, you know, uh, it may not be as required because of other situations or different nature. But it depends on each one's path. I don't know whether one can make a single rule of this.
Okay.
That's kind of where I was going with this. It's we can't look at the external and know it's in one level, and yet there's what we need to do as an individual. It's like we're in a collective yoga, and yet our work is inside. Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes these deers and what did you say? Cows are the cows and deers of one's own desires and lusts, and they're actually internal. And the external is just is just is you attract what you're thinking, you attract what you're doing. So this karmic action of your own internal state attracts a certain outside forces. So one has to also be very careful about. What are these cows and what are these deers that are going to eat your sapling up? So anyway, I'm just joking. But
uh, sorry to interrupt you. I have one more last question. uh, so above the mental level of consciousness, I think, as you know, Sri Aurobindo talks about higher mind, illumined mind, intuitive mind, and overmind, right? So do you think those levels of consciousness have sattvic ego, or are they beyond even the sattvic ego?
oh well, according to Sri Aurobindo, certainly above the sattvic ego. Yeah. They have gone beyond the higher levels of the mind. Means the ego is with the mind proper. So the moment you've ascended from that, then the ego, you can't ascend from it unless your ego is to a large extent sublimated, if not completely, has not completely disappeared, but maybe the lower levels of the higher mental consciousness still may have imbued with ego, like the higher mind or the intuitive mind. But once you go to the illumined and over mind, then you really have to pass beyond the ego. That's my understanding, but
What we are reading in the Life Divine, Amita, if I've understood correctly, so what you're saying is right, but there is also, because I asked this question in our classes, that when we take ego as the principle of separation, then till the overmind it exists. It's only after that it stops existing, the ego principle.
The ego principle might exist, but not the ego itself. Separation, yes, still the overmind, this principle of separation exists, but you could be aware of this principle of separation and still be above the ego, even if you're not in the overmind. That is what I have understood, but you can always recheck that out. In any case, we are far away from there. So, any other questions, or shall we end here? And then we can take up this, or do you want me to read the first paragraph of the next chapter? What is that time?
I've got a quick thought here, if I may jump in. I see a bit of a dilemma that we're caught in, because if we don't have free will, until when we completely sacrifice our individuality and we can function in that free state, or that's the aspiration that we have. But in the meantime, when we're in the world and we have things to do, how do we decide what is something that needs to be done? I'm thinking, I've got a project that I'd like to do. I want to build a garage. Okay, how do I know if that's a righteous thing to do? And how much of it is my own personal desire, my own personal need, or want? And if I don't have something of a desire, and express that, then I'm not going to do anything. I can sit down and basically not act. And that's not it either. So I see there's like a bridge between being in the material world and being in the completely selfless will. And somehow we've got to go back and forth between these two. And I see that as being a rather difficult dilemma.
Yeah. So the mother has given several interesting replies to this kind of question, and it's often been put to her. So would anyone like to reply to what Robin has said? How does one act when one is imbued with the ego and does not have free will? And how does one know that one's action is the right action and that one is doing what needs to be done? So one doesn't know is the first thing, but still one has to act. Yeah, Rohini?
One of the things that I do, Amita, and you've also spoken about this, of course, and I think we all do it, is try to step back and do the action as impersonally as you can and practice the witness stand, because of course we have to act, otherwise we're not going to get up exactly and go into inertia, and I've done that too. As you know. So I think it is a very, very fine balance. You have to be very sincere and you have to practice literally at every minute of whatever you're doing to try and find a balance and to try and do things, I think, as impersonally as you can, and practice the witness stand. And Sri Aurobindo has said a lot upon that. And if you go into more of an observer, you sort of switch back between participating and observing, and participating and observing, you kind of can get the hang of it at times at least. And it's really through practice that you are able to do it with the right attitude. It's all about your attitude.
But how do you set, say, a goal or an ambition? Ambition is a bit of a big word for it, but what you're talking about is, and I agree, that's kind of once you've decided on what to do, then each step that you take, you behave like this, you think and reflect and
Well, if it's a
evaluate yourself.
necessary step, if you think it's a necessary step, then you do it.
You just do it.
Yeah. I mean, your car needs a garage that's practical, then you can build it, and that entire building of the garage can be an exercise of yoga.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Is that anything that we decide to do can be a practice of yoga.
Oh, 100%. Even brushing your teeth.
Yeah. Good. Thanks.
But I do think we struggle in this space. It's like
Oh,
also
sure.
about when you were talking about the sattvic ego, I think when you are around other yogis and when you're doing this stuff and you're trying to offer and uplift, you're constantly aware, at least me, I should speak in the I, not in the you, that we are walking a razor's edge about offering our action, our thought, our efforts to the divine from the space of yoga, and very easily moving into a space of sattvic ego. I think that this is a very interesting conundrum.
Yeah, too much here and you lose your poise. Too much there and you lose your poise. You need to you have to have a perfect balance. It's not easy.
That's
And
the question, really,
that's
about
why it takes so
balance.
long. That's why it takes time. But getting back to Karthik's question, you do need a certain discipline, but everybody's discipline is different. You have to create some sort of discipline for yourself. Otherwise, you're giving desire carte blanche. So you do have to say, well, okay, what are my weaknesses and where do I need to control my desires or thoughts or actions? And you put certain stipulations on yourself, but you can't put yourself in a box and become rigid about it. You have to change it constantly because you grow. So your discipline can change every month.
Yeah. So I think the mother's words, remember and offer. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm very good at introspecting or reflecting back. I don't have time. I'm in the middle of sorry, I don't have time. I have a different
How are you feeling?
feeling perfect, top of the world. But mother's words, remember an offer. Just before you start something, just call her and say, look, I mean, I'm going to be doing this, and I offer it to you, and guide me through it. I'm going to probably stumble and fall, and guide me through that too. But the thing is that the idea is that you move forward, and you don't get stuck in a loop, and you don't get frozen, because the worst thing that you can do is if you're frozen and you don't act because you're afraid of action and you're afraid of taking the steps forward, is that then you limit your own opportunities for growth. So it's a fine balance, as you said, Rohini, but also, it's for each person now their own method, and actually there isn't anything wrong in using desire as a stepping stone, as long as you're aware of it and say, look, I don't know. This is possibly my ego, possibly my desires, possibly my ignorance, but this is what is coming in front of me, so I'm going to do it. But before I do it, I want to offer it to you and teach me and take me through it and surrender. Because then you have left like the mother says, leave the consequences of your actions at the feet of the divine.
Desire was the helper, desire is the bar.
So is ego.
So you're saying it's better to blunder than to not act at all?
Blunder with aspiration.
Yeah. With hope and with aspiration and offering. But you're saying it's the worst thing is just to get into analysis paralysis.
Yeah, just sit on the couch and not move.
The lowest guna of tamas, which you don't want to get into.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will end here today. And
Thank you.
1 minute concentration.